Get straightened up. Who's with me? Who are you? Who are you? Just turn the music off. So it was a little. You see, you can't even make out these candles that I've got either side of me there. Look, everything's the wrong way around. Just say hi in the chat, just so you can. I just say that I know that you can hear me. If you don't mind. Anyone say hello, just so I can. I know that you can hear my gravelly voice. How's it going, guys? You all right? How's your Friday going so far? All good, I hope. You know, cranberry juice on a Friday night. You know, it's unheard of for me. Unheard of. Yeah, Outrider. How's it going, brother? And good to be in touch with you earlier. Yeah, much appreciated, mate. Much appreciated. I've just turned the music off. I've just spent the last hour or so just dancing around my kitchen. I get the same buzz from listening to the right kind of music through the right kind of speakers, dancing around my kitchen as I would in a club. Exactly the same. If you feel the need to dance, dance. Hi, Lana. You all right? It's good to see you. Good to see you, lass. Yeah, you're our bouncer. You're our door woman. Yeah, I think so. I think if you end up with scurvy, that's your body's way, because your body will tell you if it needs help. Good, Lana. Good. It's good for you, Joanna. It's good. Really good, Joe. Really good. You know, it makes you feel good, and a bit of singing. You know, so if you end up with a bit of scurvy, that's your body's way of saying, "Oh, you need to you need vitamin C. Get some vitamin C sorted out, and do it ASAP." You know, I think when you get the urge to dance, when you're listening to a bit of music, that's your soul's way of saying you need to get lifted. You know, sometimes you need to be listening to music in order for your body, your soul to be able to put that across and tell you. So I mean, I just got back from the shop. I was just walking around the shop. It's only a small shop. I've got a few aisles, you know, like a miniature version of Tesco's, or a miniature version of, you know what I mean? You know, not like the mega superstores and like that. We were just playing ABBA in there. I was just singing along to that. You know, I can hold a note. You know, I'm no you know, talented singing artist, but I can hold a note, and that's good for you as well, singing, because the breathing is beneficial to your body. It really is. Look into it. It's amazing. It's mad. And I knew all the words to an ABBA song, to various ABBA songs, but I'm pretty sure all you do too. So I don't feel like such a swat anymore. So again, I don't know where this is going to go, you know, but I've got a few things that I'm going to talk about. Some of it's dark, you know, but and I don't know how long this is going to last. I'm sure as shit not going to do another almost 9-hour marathon. You know, I'm not going to do that, because it's that was a bit much. I mean, I think some people definitely benefited from it, because people from different time zones could like dip in and dip out, so it was quite inclusive again, you know, another word that's been ruined, but we know we've got our version of inclusive. You know, I listen to music, all music. I am grade 7 trained in piano. Now, I would be 10 times more impressed with that if I knew what grade 7 meant, but I don't. Well, I'm sure. I'm assuming that grade 1 is dun 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 dun, and then you fuck up a little bit there because it gets a bit complicated. That's grade 1, I'm assuming. Hi, Julia. You all right, chick? All good, I hope. Been toying with the idea of investing in a hand pan. Is that where you've got like a big tempered brass like they use in Japan? You know, bang. I'm not quite sure. Let me know. Let me know, Lana. I mean, I've got a guitar upstairs, and I've got some little proper African drums as well with stretched zebra skin on them, antique, you know. So I've got a good sense of rhythm, and I know how to make my guitar sound nice, but I just don't know any songs. I just learned a few chords and then I just move them around so if they work, you know. But again, it's got, you know, I do dust, but that's got proverbial dust on it, you know, hypothetical dust on it. I need to get it out, start playing with it more. Again, you know, Innuendo City, and we've only just got started. We're only 7 minutes in. How's it going, David? Good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Handpan is an instrument that you should have a listen. Lots on YouTube. You know, just so that I've got a proper immediate handle on what it is that you're saying. Hang in there. I can talk and type at the same time. You know, that's not, you know, women don't have the monopoly of multitasking. Some geezers can do it as well. Let's have a look. Hand piping. Sounds like something you do when you're decorating a cake. And that's exactly what's just come up. Oh my gosh. Today we're going to be discussing hand pipes. Hand pipes are probably the classic. I'm going to look at this selection, Lana, that this guy's got on YouTube, and they look rather phallic. The probably most basic type of hand pipe is called a spoon. This is the basic hand pipe. Looks very, very phallic, Lana, and extremely phallic. But if you've watched all of my videos or videos going way, way, way back, you'll know that I'm all about buying one thing that's got a multitude of uses. I do apologise. Sherlock. Things about a Sherlock is that it makes you feel like a detective. Right. He's telling me right. These hand pipes are for smoking. I'm sure that surely you mean music, because I've got hand piping for cakes come up. Then I've got something that looks like a very ornate cock. And I've just got something that's hand. There's nothing. So if I put hand pipe music, so then we'll all know then, just so we've got a handle on it, pardon the pun. Oh, like the South Americans and like panpipes. So let me know, Lana, if not hand pan. Oh my God, I've already you see, and I've already lost out on loads of chat there. Hand pan music. We're just getting warmed up, ladies and gentlemen. Hang in there. Present moment. 777 hertz. 1 hour handpan music. It's a big old instrument. Fucking hate adverts. Hate them. Oh, do you know what this reminds me of, Lana? In my senior school, we were in a, and we won. We won, you know, and it was all, it was a national competition, and we were one of the few schools. As shit as that school was, on reflection, the music teacher was amazing, and we had a steel band, and we were good. Now, and we ended up going to a competition, and we won, you know, and Mr. Ben, the music teacher, handed the award back to the giver because he believed that another band was better than ours. You know, that's quality teacher. But it pissed us all off, you know. Hi, Tony. How's it going over there? How's it going over there? Oh, I've just battered your accent. I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, singing and dancing is good for you, Julia. It really is. It's good for the soul, you know. And I can remember doing I want to turn. Sorry, I'm sorry. I thought I was on. It kind of gets into your mind. I like it, but it sound better through better speakers rather than a mobile phone. Yeah. I love you. Oh, look at all the love. Look at all the love. I love it. You released 2 solo LPs. Fucking hell. You know? Outrider, you've got my email address, mate. If you've got anything that's digital that you can send to me via email, I'd really appreciate that. I'm very curious. Your stage name is Outrider. Surprise, surprise. It's great because Outrider, it's a great YouTube name. It's a great artist name, and it's a powerful porn name. So you're ticking all these boxes, mate. Well chosen. Rose hippie guy, quite limited, but it leaves a little bit to the imagination. Yeah, hand pan. Yeah, it's lovely. It's lovely. Just had to listen to it. It's very therapeutic, very zen. I like a bit of zen, me, but only on days that end with Y. God, I'd love to learn the harmonica. The harmonica, now that's an interesting one. There's a list of instruments that I would love to play. I mean, I can remember watching Jules Holland one year. It was a little bit of a tradition. If we didn't go out, if me and Sal didn't go out on New Year's Eve and we decided to stay in, we'd watch Jules Holland. It was just a traditional New Year's Eve thing. And there was a woman on there with a harp. She was a bit quirky, you know, but she was playing this harp while singing, and it was mesmerizing to listen to watch, you know, the harp and her voice, everything. It was just perfect, and that's all it was, just her and a harp, giant harp. Happy Friday to everyone. We're doing it live. And again, you know, I was listening to someone earlier on who was saying, I hope you understand that there's so many words that I can't say because we need this to reach a bigger audience, and so I won't be saying this, and I won't be saying. And I'm split with that. I really am, because you know I'm pro free speech, and he even said that even though he's not saying it, even if it says any of these words in the comment section, it can affect the blah blah blah. And I'm thinking, right, I'm just trying. Then I'm just trying to work out. Are you basically saying this because you want this message to get out, which which it needed to get out? It was about grooming gangs, which we will get into. We'll touch on, or is it because you don't want your video demonetizing? Because that's all I think now. When people are holding back with their speech, and one of the great things about our little tribe is you can say what the fuck you want, whatever you want, and so will I. I don't like self-censorship at all. And with my videos and these live streams, you don't get any ads. I didn't realize you could get ads on a live stream, but you can. It's irritating. I hate them. When we're talking about those flies in the summer that dive bomb your face, we went into that and I explained why it was happening, why they did that. I'm like that with ads, Can't wait for that skip sign to become visible. So I can just fucking hit it as hard as going as quick as I can. Hate adverts, so intrusive. Probably plays a lot of instruments there. I bet he does, Ruth. I'm sure he's just being humble there. I'm sure he's pretty half decent at. But then I would rather kind of be able to play lots of instruments, all right, rather than be a master of one. Because music is music, and the sound that these instruments produce, it's good for us. It's good for our souls. Good for our vibrations. Especially if you're creating that sound. I mean, if you look at some of these guitarists of some of these amazing bands from, there's not really any around anymore, unless they're touring off the back of their old, And you look at some of these guitarists, and they've just got that kind of that lost. They're feeling it. They're at one with their instrument. They're really feeling that, and I love to see that as passion. You even see it in drummers. Drummers, just they love it. I mean, it's a Def Leppard. A one-armed drummer in a rock band. That is talent. I was born in Lincoln, living there most of my life. Lincoln's just down the road, and my dad's. So this the whole kind of DNA thing, where you can just send off your DNA and try and figure out where most of your ancestors are from. Until a few sleuthy people kind of spotted that they're sharing your DNA with third parties, So my dad, he retired early, put a bit aside, was quite financially sensible, and I forgot what I was going to say. Started already, and we're only 19 minutes in. Yes, right. So we hired this woman who was a professor. I can't remember what she was a professor in, but as a side hustle, she'd do research for people, like proper hardcore research. And yeah, most of my family, because I've got a very unusual surname. There's not many of us around, very rare, and most of us are from Lincolnshire. And she traces back 400 years. I am an Englishman. Bless you all. I feel much brighter and better. Good. That's what we're here for, to do that for each other. Is Lincoln flooded? I don't know. I mean, it's very flat. Lincolnshire is very, very flat. And I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that you should ever do this in a shit it's the van sort of scenario. But if you live in Lincolnshire, it's prime farmland and it's all open. I've driven past. I've driven on the way to XXx, and felt an unbelievable urge to urinate. I just realised I was surrounded by Brussels sprouts, plants everywhere. Just meters off the road, no fences, nothing. All that free food. I'm on TikTok. My handle is Greyhound. Right, I haven't got TikTok. I don't do TikTok. I don't do Instagram. I don't do X. It's pretty much, for me, it's mainly YouTube and Rumble. But I do get to see stuff that people have sent me on X, but I haven't got an account. -5 yesterday. It's fucking freezing. It's one of those deep freezers where even though it's not been snowing, everything's still white. All the grass, everything's still white. And apparently, we're coming in the UK. We're approaching like low levels, almost depleted levels of gas, which is what powers most of our central heating. One thing I know for sure is that this realm, this planet, this world, whatever you want to call it, has no shortage of natural gas. No shortage. It's all about control and grinding you down. But I knew that we were going to do this further down the line. One of my earliest videos, I was saying that this is going to be the winter of content, and I was wrong. And then the following one, this is going to be the winter of discontent, and by that I meant power outages, and I was wrong. So I was just out by 3 or 4 years, and that was one of the reasons why I got a stove fitted, a wood burning stove fitted, because I know where I can access wood, and so I can keep at least one room warm. And I know that some of you guys haven't got that, but I did do a video. All you need to do is just search it in my videos, and just how to stay warm this winter. You might find that useful. I don't know how to find it and then put it as a link in the comments in the chat. I don't know how to do that. I'm a chat virgin still, Well, I'm glad I made you laugh, Ruth. I'm not quite sure what it was that I said, but I'm happy that I made you laugh. This is what we all should be doing. This is what we do. We lift each other up, Joe Satriani. Is he a guitarist? Is he? There are some amazing guitarists out there, but you just see that look on the face where they're completely at one, and they're feeling the music. They're just feeling it. I love that. That's a proper musician. Not none of these mumble rap fucking mind-numbing shite. Ginger baker. A ginger baker. Do you bake ginger, Joe? Jimi Hendrix. I've got Purple Haze limited edition. Bear with me 1 sec, because I know exactly where to put my hands on it, because I was playing it the other day. Now, when I first heard, I found a tape in the street, and it was Purple Haze. Now, I'd heard of Jimi Hendrix. I've never been, I've always been kind of connected with music, always. And I played it, and it wasn't quite for me. And this is going back to the kind of early 90s. But then I listened to it when I'd had a little bit of a smoke, if you know what I mean. And I just connected with it. And yeah, so this is Purple Haze. Just amazing album, and again, I mean, as a guitarist, the guy could play guitar perfectly behind his head. I can't do anything behind my head apart from shave it. That's it. That's my limit. Yeah, Def Leppard, one-armed drummer. Yeah, true dedication. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, that's I don't know the story behind it. I don't know if he started off as a two-arm drummer and then had to adapt. I don't know. I don't know. But if that is the case, you know, that's another example of never giving up, never giving up, finding a way. Because there is always a way. There's always a way. I'm thinking of flooding preps for the doors. Things that seem to blow up on their own. Anyone got anything similar? I haven't got anything. The only thing I've got as far as preps are concerned for floods is a very durable 4-man dinghy. That's it, you know. And a wakeboard that was just a random purchase when I wasn't quite right. I have to sell. Just another random stupid purchase. That and an e-scooter that I did get all my money back from. Yeah. Other than that, flotation. I've not got anything. And then bearing in mind, because when my dad, because I can't pick my dad up at the moment because I haven't got a car yet. And yeah, so he travelled. He jumped on 2 buses to come and see me on Wednesday, which was lovely, you know. And yeah, then we went for a bit of a walk, and yeah, it's gone. Bear with me. Yes. So it's come back, right? So I was saying to my dad, because I tried to take some video footage of my local river flooded, burst its banks, and you couldn't really make anything out from that video. You know, what I could see with my eyes and what was showing up on the camera were very, very different, even with a full light on my head torch. And I said that's the third time that's happened in the space of a couple of years, and I've been living here for nearly 20. So imagine if we get even more sustained rain over a longer period, and it just keeps coming in and coming in and coming in. Eventually, that river will flood into the canal, and if the canal floods, then it will start working its way on my street, which is all completely flat. You know, so I've not ruled that out as a potential SHTF scenario. It's just you know, we need them to start dredging our canals. You know, people's canal and river license. If you've got a canal, if you live on a narrow boat or a boat, you can just go for a canal license, or you can go for a river license, or you can go for a combined, which works out cheaper, you know, than it would to just have one and then buy the other one separately, you know. And that's just going up and up and up, but they're not seeing any value for money because they're not dredging the canals, which is a problem. Then dredging destroys wildlife, you know. It's not zero. I like that. Not zero. I've not heard that one. Not heard that. Yeah. So what are your flood preps then, Ruth? I mean, you could always get you can buy some really, really cheap pillowcases, really cheap, and then just buy a shitload of sand in and make your own sandbags, because the way our councils are now, they'll probably try and distribute sandbags. Well, the last time I lived in a house where the flooding was becoming a threat to the actual house, they gave us 3 sandbags, 3 little sandbags, like about that big, and about, you know, and I just stacked them up against the, you know, the breather brick that sends air underneath your floorboards, just to block that up. Watchtower. Now, whenever someone says watchtower, I think of these. It's a splinter of Christianity. Jehovah Witnesses. They try and flog us that. So I mean, if any of you guys are Jehovah Witnesses, you know, you do you, I'll do me. But I don't. I see it. I see it as a little bit cult like, you know. But that's, again, I never ever intend to offend, and that rhymes. The squirrels are nicking the bird food. Yeah, they are. Yeah, well, they're struggling. You know, they really struggle this time of year because all of the nuts and stuff. We just, and the thing is about squirrels, they're quite industrious animals. So a lot of the trees that you see are there because they've planted an acorn. They've buried it, but then someone sent me a birthday card once, and it was a picture of a squirrel with his eyes like that, and it just said, Cyril the squirrel buried the wrong nuts. Sinking Britain. We're not sinking, mate. We'll always stay afloat one way or another. Our coastline might be eroding somewhat, but we'll never sink. Not as long as we've got something to do with it. If it could come through the doors, then wouldn't it come up through foundations and floorboards? Yeah, that was why. You see, the breather bricks that you get on a lot of these old houses are there to help circulate air underneath the floorboards. So that's why they only gave us 3, and I stacked them up against the breather brick. But even then, if it was like proper long-term sustained rain, then that's going to upset the water table. And this house is built on clay, so the water wouldn't go down quicker if it wasn't clay. So that would be a problem here, but it wasn't a problem there. It was all right. But we did take loads of stuff upstairs into the bedrooms, but it didn't quite get into the house. It started to subside. So a lot of my neighbours weren't so lucky. Our road drains here are constantly blocked with muck and leaves. Council don't care. No, they don't, Lana, and they'll just keep increasing your council tax, but you're getting less for it. And they keep doing it and keep doing it. Everything's tax on taxes. You know, we can't carry on like this. But like I said, it needs to get worse. It's got to get worse, unfortunately. Building an ark. Hey, you know, I'm sure you're not the only one that's actually thought about that, and I believe that the whole kind of Noah and ark thing, I do believe that was possibly something that really did happen. You know, it could have been a pole flip event. It could have been anything like that. You know, I don't think you got two of everything on there. You know, you're not going to get 2 lions chilling out next to a couple of gazelles. You know, you're all right. Yeah, I am now. You know, that's tonight sorted out for dinner. But I do think that there was something. You know, it would probably have been kind of animals like cows, sheep, pigs, stuff like that. I would imagine. Not heard of that. Bear with me. Oh, right. I've got you, Joe. Gotcha. And I don't even know why I didn't think of that. Watchtower's not on Purple Haze, unfortunately. But I might have a listen to that later on. Music, if whatever your taste is, you know, I mean, drum and bass is my wife, but I've got a lot of mistresses, you know, including opera. classical music, blues, rock. Yeah, it would be easier for me to tell you what I'm not into than what I am. I'm not into punk, and I struggle with thrash metal and progressive jazz. That makes no sense. But that's about it. My love for music is deep. It's good for us. Good for us. Squirrels are clever. Yeah, I've seen loads of videos online where people have put the Mission Impossible tune over the top or a rendition of it to try and avoid copyright. And this guy, he's thought, right, I will beat the squirrel. I'll beat the squirrel. And they make mistakes. They go back. They find a way around that mistake and then move on. They make another mistake and they just keep doing it. And then they build up these little neural pathways. They're incredibly smart, problem solving. Are they rodents? Maybe cling film over the toilet as we have a downstairs one. Cling for to stop the water from building up and coming back, because we had floods here that were so bad that flushed the toilet and the drains were so full. Yeah, you see, the things we're taking for granted now, that could all change in a heartbeat. But cling film over the toilet's also a really good prank, as long as you do it in someone else's house. You know, when they're stood there or sat there having a wee and they can feel it all splashing back on them. Or cling film across the doorway. Yeah, you've got to have a crack. Got to have a crack. Noah was a conspiracy theorist until it flooded. Yeah. Again, we are a lot of us could be, through the eyes of the normies. There's a lot of people out there that would consider us as, seers. But that's only because we've got common sense. We're paying attention. But to them, we could come across as seers, almost prophetic, which mad. Couldn't make it up. They found the remnants of the Ark in Turkey. I did hear that. I did hear that. Because you're not going to go and build a boat and then think, fuck it, I can't be bothered now, halfway up a mountain, unless you're an absolute loon. But yeah, I have heard of that. I think they are mammals. What are mammals? Where were we? Oh, squirrels. I'm sure that they're either rodents or marsupials, but they still come under mammals because they give birth to live babies. So mammals is the umbrella, and then you've got subspecies. And yeah, that little video I posted earlier on, I've seen that. It is a buzzard. It's definitely a buzzard. It's definitely a female, and that's the second time I've seen it close up, and it just blew my mind. I just stopped in my tracks. I was about to do a walk and talk, and yeah, it just completely took me out of the magic moment. It's over Christmas. There's on our street, if there's something we don't want, we'll put it at the end of our driveway, and people will look at it and they'll either take it or they won't. So someone left this. It looked like just like a Bluetooth speaker, like a big. It was probably it's about that big, right? So it's quite big. And I thought, I'll take it back and I'll try it out. And if it doesn't work, I'll sneak back out in the dead of night and put it back on his driveway. So I got it back, not knowing what was in the box. Opened it up, and there's this Bluetooth speaker in there, where you've got a literal disco light bulb, light sphere, half a sphere on the top of it that goes round. So you've got disco lights, and it came with 3 microphones, and the whole speaker at the front reacts with the beat of the music. So it's like a karaoke machine / Bluetooth quality speaker. Everything works. I was gobsmacked, absolutely gobsmacked, and then gobsmacked again for me to go to the shop and for them to turn around to me and say, "No, these oranges are free." And I'm like, "What's going on here?" But yeah, I need a better Bluetooth speaker to take to the caravan, because of the caravan TV. Because I'll have a listen to the radio in the background or whatever. But it takes DVDs as well if I want to watch a film. And but the speed, it's designed to work off 12-volt and not take too much energy out of your batteries. It's designed for caravans by a company called Cello. And there's a Bluetooth speaker down there that I had rigged up to it, wired up to it through the headphone jack in the TV into the Bluetooth speaker. So it sounded all right. Well, that speaker's knackered now. So yeah, listening to anything on the TV now, it sounds like a skeleton wanking in a biscuit tin. So I've got the perfect speaker for that now, and yeah, get a proper little disco thing going on. I do like to listen to my music when I'm away, but then I like listening to the piece. You know, we're going to touch on a few things, and but if you want to, start something else off, I'm happy to go with that. We're all free here, Yeah, the fires. I think we've all suspected that it's been arson in most cases. It's usually human error, right? I mean, we do control burns and stuff like that, which encourages new growth, and all of that carbon from the burnt plants goes into the ground and provides nutrients. It's a great idea. We've been doing it for thousands of years. I forgot what I was going to say. It's gone. Yes, the fires in America, and people's policies being changed so that it doesn't cover fire damage the day before, and I mean, we've got people trying to work out why someone would want to go up and murder a CEO of a very, very big insurance company. It's because everyone is sick of them, and they can bump it up to whatever, And as the further we move down the road, the more in cahoots they'll be with each other. A few will drop off the radar. Some will consolidate and join into like a couple of massive ones to give you the illusion you've got choice, while still bumping the price up and up. The people over there that have lost everything, But the vast majority of those people voted for Gavin Newsom. So this is if ever there was a bit of karma. But then I feel sorry for all of those people that didn't, and all of those people that are like us, and then all of the wildlife. We're such a fucking scourge on this planet. But I can imagine more and more insurance coming, unless we can come up with our own. But then the amount of wealth and underwriting, because we need to be underwritten to back us up in case we don't have enough funds to pay out for insurance. But there has to be another way. We can't carry on like this. You know, the pricing is off the roads. It's ridiculous. Well, are you going, David, already? I know that you are quite strict with your schedule, mate, and I know that that works for you. So if I didn't catch you in time, if I've caught you in time, much love, my friend, and sleep well. I will say smart LA2028. That's what it's about. Flatten a arena, buy it cheap, and rebuild a smart unicorn utopia. Yes, yeah, and that's happening in usually in beautiful places that have got a nice climate, you know, where you can grow stuff all round, all year round, and that is happening. It is happening, yeah. I mean, there's sections of Gaza now that are no-go areas for Gazians, no-go areas, and they're building, you know, what the Americans would call condos on the beach. Just building them up. I'm pretty sure that the people that will be living in those condos will be Jewish, and yeah, and probably for Jewish people. Yeah, no one's really talking about the plight of the Gazians, you know, the kids. It's all one-sided, isn't it, 2C? Oh yeah, I've just sent off the, because when Annie came round, she said you've got a water catchment system, and I showed it her, and I said, yeah, I've got about 800 litres, but during the winter I've got to leave it open, so the water just, as it goes in, it just comes straight back out again. So I haven't got that, but we have to come up with other ideas, because 3 days without water, you know, it's not good. It's not good. So I already had one, but I couldn't find it. So I've just sent off for a pack of 4, and the cheapest chips, that's a radiator key. And to go with that radiator key, I've got, you know, when you know the things that they use for they use the things that they use to make fresh coffee, and the grounds go into these like paper filters, coffee filters. You've got gallons and gallons of water in your radiators, gallons. And these coffee filters are really good. They are really, really good. And that can just take out all, you know, because I mean, it looks like when it comes out, depending on how often you bleed your radiators, it looks like diarrhea. You know, you don't want to be drinking that. It's like, you know, heavy. So a radiator key and coffee filters, anything, you know, out of desperation, empty your radiators. Water. You can survive without functioning radiators, but you can't survive without water. What are we underwritten by? Other insurance companies. So you've got insurance companies, and those insurance companies are insured by underwriters, so that they can guarantee. And again, you know, one of the biggest underwriters in the UK is Lloyd's, and I've got my opinions on where they get. Well, they don't really get. They don't need anyone to underwrite them. They don't need it, because they're so juiced in. They can just get more money printed, and around and around and around we go. Use these to prevent flooding from ground floor toilets and flood alert areas. Use what, G-Man? Have I missed your G-Man? I don't recognise the username, brother. So if you've not been here before, welcome. And if it's it's a return, welcome back again. Yeah, I've not got any context for that, I'm afraid. And yeah, you know, again, so going back to the fires, most of the people there voted for Newsom. You know, it's like anyone, if anyone admitted to me, I voted Labour, I'd be like, well, you know, all of the shit, even though they would have got in anyway, I know that, but I would like to just make them fucking pay a little bit for being so stupid. They shouldn't be allowed to vote. You know, none of these people look into the history of these politicians. Virtually none of these people that vote for Labour ever read the manifesto. They just listen to what they hear on the radio and on the TV and take that as gospel. It's come back to bite them in the arse. So you've got what's coming to you, I'm afraid. Again, one of the reasons why we should take do not drink off bleach. Some people should not be allowed to vote, even though voting is pointless. And even though we're never going to vote our way out of this, there's only one way out of this. Democracy is not only dead, but it was always just an illusion, always. And that's about to change. Yet snowstorms in the north. Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, because, I mean, America's massive. But in California, you've got, you know, you've got right down almost sea level, just beautiful sunshine and warmth. But you get up into the mountains and you can go skiing, I think. Yeah, California's massive. It's pretty big. It's a big state. California. California. Toilet system is fresh water too. Yeah, it is, Ruth. Yeah. So if you know, like if you have a blackout, which are coming, you know, it would be really good practice to just get in your bathroom and fill your bath up. Just fill it up. And then if your electric comes back on, you know, you've not lost anything, have you? And you might, if you're like me, you won't waste that water either. I'll just go around the house, watering plants with it or whatever, and then stick some hot in there and have a bath. But yeah, just run your water, put your plug in and run your water. Try and, you know, get as much as you possibly can, because our water purification and distribution centres are all run off electricity, and their systems are all also digital and online, so it can be hacked. I mean, it nearly happened in America. I can't remember the details now off the top of my head, but if that one bloke, was it Hawaii? If that one bloke hadn't clocked the settings, you know, because he was looking at all these different gauges and digital readouts and stuff, and he's watching this readout go up and up and up and up. I think it was something they had to add to the water, and he jumped in there and kind of, you know, raised the alarm and brought everything back down to normal levels again. But this is the thing about going digital, everything being digital. You know, it's too much control. I've got a right thirsty mouth. Yeah, just leads to inflation, and then inflation leads to a situation where they're thinking, right, do we bring interest levels down, or do we take them back up, or do we quantitatively ease, you know, just print more and more money, which makes every £5 note, £10 note, £20 note, or if you're lucky, a £50 note in your purse or your wallet, less and less, you know, it's paper anyway. You know, this is why I do suggest the whole precious metal things, precious metal thing. But again, I would rather spend that money on topping off my food supplies that I've now got nice and organised. And that's what I'd do, or invest in a water catchment system, or yeah, just something that's going to help you not only survive but thrive. Yeah, was that in, so Lana, like a turkey voting for Christmas? Yeah, a lot of people do that, you know. And I've heard people in queues. I voted Labour. We've all heard, a lot of us have heard it. My dad voted Labour. His dad voted Labour, and so did his dad. I'm Labour through and through, me. Fuck off. Yeah, some people just shouldn't be allowed to vote. But even then, again, the whole voting system, it's always been a two-horse race. You know, red and blue in England, red and blue in America, and so you've got this illusion of choice. But none of us have actually chosen that specific person. And then if you look at you know, the UK for the last kind of decade or so, they've gotten rid of one prime minister and then brought another one in, and then eventually gotten rid of that one and then brought another one. None of them were elected. Democracy doesn't exist. It's a mirage, just like Reform UK. Yes, around we go. Printing money leads to inflation. Yeah, they are known as toilet pan seals. Toilet pan seals? I've never heard of one of them. So yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I've kind of. Oh, used to. Yeah. I'm with you. Whoever you vote for, you get the government uniparty. Yeah, they are. They've been a uniparty for years, you know. And then people kind of tune into a live on at the House of Commons. It's all scripted. He knows what he's going to say. He knows what he's going to say, and they act like two little Eton schoolboys, you know. You see, so narcissism, psychopathy, sociopathy, right? These are all mental disorders. They are disorders. They are. And so if it's a mental disorder, then it's going to be in some way connected to mental health. So when we really think about it, it's not very straight, is it? When we really think about it, if I'm not doing my eyes, I'm doing my fucking hat. We've got people with mental illness and mental disorders running the world and our countries and our local authorities. You know, we've got to turn this around. We have to turn this around. It's not a choice thing. It's a duty thing. Thanks. Prepping, yeah. It's again going back to the inversion of society today. When you really think about it, right? maybe not so much now, because I think, but then to a certain degree, still now, people look at us as a little bit odd, you know. Those of us who say that we say, oh, I've put extra food aside, you know, an extra month, keep it low, you know, just in case they come knocking. You say, well, I've had to sort my family out. I've got a couple of days left of food. You know, I'm gonna have to go foraging. That's your excuse. And then they'll go foraging, or lend them a book, you know, to get them off your back if they're no use to you. And I know that sounds quite cold, but when the cookie crumbles, you're gonna need to be surrounded by people that are useful to you, and you'll pay them in food and water and possibly warmth and safety and defense, you know. That's how the whole tribal thing. I believe that will be how it starts, by people banding together and then banding with other similar groups that have also thought ahead. Yeah, we were seen as lunatics, because of the way that preppers were depicted in America. Just paranoia. You just think it's just paranoia. But again, if you've got a lot of money and you've got no room left in your house to put preps in, even if you're stacking bucket after bucket after bucket up to the ceiling, you're going to run out of space eventually. You need to have a few rooms that are completely free of clutter. And but if you can afford it and you've got, you know, a fair amount of cash, get some gold and silver in, or platinum, or even copper bars. Copper bars are, you know, affordable, and it will never depreciate. Never. None of them will. So gold and silver, I would recommend it. And yeah, I'm not affiliated with anyone. But Shards, CHARDS of Blackpool, pretty good, and along the very established. Yeah, so a lot of these channels that don't really say very much, or what they do say, they use alternative words, abbreviations, all of that. I don't do any of that. Not really. I think now and then there might be a few words that I just think, is it worth it to lose the channel over? But other than that, because I know that not all of you are subscribed to my backup channel, you know, or made a note of my email address. But yeah, so a lot of people are really kind of avoiding talking about the grooming gangs, and I think it's something that needs to be discussed. It has to be talked about. You know, there are things in the world that are made worse through not talking, made worse through talking about them. One of those is racism. If you stop talking about it, it'll just disappear. But because we've had Black Lives Matter and a government and a global cabal that are hell bent on division, so anyway, I said in a video quite a long time ago now, I think, about a guy that I was best man to. He had a non-religious wedding with his then to be wife. She was the sister of the girl I was going out with at the time, and they met in Africa. And he was from Lebanon. He had his own market stall in Africa, and they met. She was a midwife. She was doing like humanitarian stuff in Africa, and they just met. You know, he had this shoe store, and they kind of just fell in love. And then she came back over, and then he came over, and they got married over here. And he was a Muslim man, but he was from Lebanon. Now, again, not all Muslims are fitting the profile, because that's what it is. You know, when you start looking at statistics, you know, there are white groomers out there. There are white people, you know, white men that have gang raped people. See, YouTube doesn't like the word gang raped either, or the word raped, which keeps the channel small, you know. But he was a practicing Muslim. So every now and then, I'd get up during the night, go for a slash, and he'd be praying. But he was a top bloke, massive heart, really, really nice guy. Okay. Now I'm only just getting started now. So I also, so I was best man at his wedding, and we had a really, really, really good friendship. And again, I don't do long distance pen pal type stuff. So we just lost touch. You know, we'd talk to each other every week because he moved over to Australia with his wife because they all had dual passports. And yeah, I think as time's gone by, and I've kind of started to understand a lot more about Islam, and then I gave accounts, genuine, honest accounts of my experience with Pakistani Muslims. And I've lived next door to 2 Pakistani families, and next door but one to another Pakistani family, right? And all 3 of them battered the shit out of their missuses. You know, it sounded like a lot. And looking back, I don't know why my mum's second husband didn't go around and do something or call the police, or I don't know. You can't just let a woman get hammered like that. So I do think so the point I'm trying to make is that I do think that the Muslim ideology, if you like, is different depending on where it is in the world, right? And that was one person's argument, and I agree with it, but I've got a however, you know. And the vast majority of these people are Pakistani Muslims, right? So you've got Muslims in almost every country in the world, but it's men from there that are causing most of the problems. So I've heard people. So looking at him and then reflecting back on that, he was a smart guy with good honourable intentions. But he was reading a book, you know, about a bloke who was a paedophile. He took a child to be his wife, a child. So when people start saying, yeah, well, that's kind of a lot of, you know, most of these men are from Pakistan and blah, blah, blah. There are lots and lots of moderate Muslim people out there. And I'm thinking, yeah, but you're still following the words of a paedophile. You know, you're still following a book that's all about violence and killing, you know. So I can't quite even the moderate Muslims, I can't quite get my head around the fact that that these moderates, these nice people that are Muslim in this country, are still following that, knowing that, you know. Not to mention the female genital mutilation thing. I mean, I was the part of my training before I started working in kids homes was to keep an eye out for things like that. Now we're hearing like story after story after story of kids homes sending the kid back out again because the taxi driver wanted money. They've called the taxi. The taxi's come and picked them back up again. That would never have ever happened under my watch. Never. But we were taught to look out for signs of FGM, and yeah, that's just to make that it's done to make their vagina look more attractive and to remove any sexual pleasure that a woman can provide for herself. So I think my point is, no matter where you're from in the world, if you're a Muslim, you know, have a think about the kind of the moral foundation or the lack thereof, and yeah, and they just see their women as half, not their other half of what they are, you know. So I don't like men that hit women, and I don't like men that don't respect women. So I don't know. I mean, does that make me a racist? No, it doesn't. It just means that I just fucking disagree with it all, and I've justified and explained my reasons why. You know, I've not got a problem with Hindus. I've not got a problem with Sikhs. I've read a lot recently saying that the highest level of spirituality is that of an agnostic, and because it's you're not following any religion, but you've got a knowing, a feeling. So I think I'm an agnostic, because I don't fit into any religious pigeonhole. And then I've learned a little bit more about there were different types of Jews as well, you know. And yeah, I posted something in the community section about all of these news anchors, all of the biggest news anchors, Jewish. The vast majority of the people that Trump chose to be part of his team, you know, a big massive chunk of them all lobbied by Israel. So, you know, there's the possibility that that form of Judaism could be potentially, because we're seen as lesser than them. They're the chosen people in their eyes, and if you've got that hammered into your head since you were a kid, you're going to look down on people like me. They're going to look down on people like you, and a lot of them are, you know, a lot of younger ones, and kind of going into the kind of mid to late 20s, early 30s, have openly said that, you know, that we might have to kill, you know, and not just kill the men, you know, the women, the kids before they're born, you know, pregnant women. I've heard all manner of mad shit, and then I started to do a little bit of research into it, and it's all true. Then I hear Tommy Robinson is a Zionist, and I did a little bit of research into that, and there does seem to be some evidence of that. So again, I'll just kind of cap that one off, right, by saying that we don't put all your faith in one man, you know. whether that's Tommy Robinson, whether that's Trump, or anyone that's kind of representing your area politically, and to our American friends, people that are governors of your, your region, and just please don't put all of your faith into another man, or another woman. Don't do it. Don't do it. People have done that with Farage. They've done it with Reform. They're doing it with Tommy Robinson. There'll be God knows how many people out there, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of people that are thinking, it's all right, it'll be all right when Tommy's out. Putting all of their faith into someone else. You need to put it into you. Just you. That's it. You can still be part of a thriving, flourishing society whilst still leading yourself and having faith in yourself and believing in yourself, but staying humble with it. Don't put all of your faith into another man, because you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. Got behind in the chat there. Sorry about that, guys. I did go on one, and that does happen from time to time. I'm passionate. Where were we? Star Moon Magic Raven. What a YouTube name that is. Yeah, it does sound better than Rose Hippie Guy, and I think that's quite nice. Yeah, good to see you, brother, or sister. It's got to be a sister with a name like Star Moon Magic Raven. Did your parents give you a hippie name? I would have loved to have had a hippie name, like I don't fucking know, whatever hippies were into. Joint. This is my son Joint and my daughter Moonflower. Why did you call me Joint? Because you were conceived when we were stoned. Oh, that's romantic. What about Moonflower? That's because she's a beautiful moonflower. Well, this isn't fair. No. Well, that's life, son. Yeah, good to know that you've heard of. Hey, Ray, you all right, darling? How's it going? I'm Paul. I'm sorry I've missed a few of your names out. I went on one, and I'm back in the room, so we're good to go. Yeah, charts, best prices, excellent quality, good service on the phone or online. Any problems you've got, anything if you're struggling with your account or anything like that, you ring them up, they'll talk you through it. They've got time. They've got time for you, But gold is going up and going up and going up, and then silver again. Like I've said before, if you buy say a Britannia for 30 quid, I do genuinely believe that will double its price within the next 2 years, double, and that's been on a pessimistic scale, because it's used in everything, and British Britannias have a purer silver content than our American friends' version of it. I think this is 95% silver. Ours is 99.999% solid silver. And Britannia's are legal currency. So legal tender, yeah. So if you went into a pub, you and your missus ordered a couple of drinks and some pub grub, right? And it came to say 20 quid. You could offer to pay with that Britannia, right? Now, if they refuse to to take that, which they will, they can't sue you. They can't pursue you, and they can't sue you. If you insist you've got no other means of payment, they can't sue you. You've got to either accept it or accept a loss. It's as simple as that. But on top of, Britannias are probably one of the most kind of common, because of the high silver content in there, the most common way of storing silver, really, because it's recognizable. Oh, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, it's cheap now, and it's only going to be, it's not going to depreciate. The only downside is you have to pay VAT on it. That's it. You don't pay VAT on gold. And if you buy a silver Britannia from, say, 1985, that'll be worth twice as much as a Britannia with Prick Charles on the back. I even did that. Prick Charles. What a scumbag. But yeah, silver, it's a storage of wealth. I mean, it's not necessarily an investment. It's just taking your fiat currency, your pound notes, your 5, 10s, 20s, whatever, that are worth fuck all. Nothing. They're worth nothing. It's just it's a debt note. That's all it is. And when we have this financial crash, you won't even be able to spend it, really. But I mean, again, I've given loads of examples. The wheelbarrow full of cash, tipping it out. No one wants the cash and nicks the wheelbarrow. Inflation can get ridiculous, but precious metals can protect you from that. And most pawn shops will accept them. We might need to barter with them. How do they treat their children? Are we talking about Pakistani men here? So I'm quite happy to be very open and very straightforward about what I'm saying. We don't have the same restrictions on this channel in our little tribe. You don't get adverts coming up, and I'm not interested in the channel getting big. So we can talk about this. We can use all of these words that YouTube algorithms don't like. The kids, in my experience, looking back, I mean, it was quite a long time ago. So that's a very, very fine detail kind of question, that. But from my recollection, there was only one daughter, and no, one family had a daughter next door to me, and then the house that was next door, but one further down the line, they had a daughter, and they were just very quiet. They didn't say boo to a goose. Whereas the lads, it was different. So that, again, the average child, in my opinion, needs a mum and a dad. And the lad is automatically going to be seeing the dad is his main role model, because that's just what they do. It's human nature, right? And hopefully it's a decent role model, a decent man. Well, that young boy will also be looking at his sister and his mum and noticing, without thinking, that they're different, and in a good, healthy nuclear family, that boy will have an element of femininity about him. Doesn't happen very often now. In fact, it doesn't happen very often at all now, because they've tried to destroy the nuclear family. So yeah, the girls were always quite quiet and subdued. and but the sons, which is what they, you know, what they prefer, what they want, because they hold all the power in the family and in the community. And so if that young, if their sons are watching their dad treat their mum like shit and treat his daughter like shit, then chances are that's kind of making things more and more normal for them. So as they develop into what would eventually become a man, and I use that term loosely, it's hardwired into them not to respect women or females, just not to respect them. They're just there for shagging and procreating and cooking, you know. If you've had a bad, really, really shit day, like kick the cat day, which is when you've been layered during the day, you know, they're there as just like a, you know, a punch bag. So my three only experiences of living very, very very close proximity to Pakistani families, all three of those men were brutal. So it throws me back to the whole why would even good people follow a book that's all about violence and doesn't treat their women with the respect that they deserve? On top of the fact that you've got entire communities coming together, Muslim communities coming together to fight the corner of one or two members of these grooming gangs that have been, you know, they're banged to rights. All the evidence is there. And again, let me get this shit off my chest as well, right? Let me just have a drink. So I think I've made it very, very clear over the last few years that I just don't like the police, you know. Because they're corporate, they work for a corporation, they don't work for us, which is why they end the Miranda rights with "you understand," because that's their way of policing with consent or a form of it, right? So they're not really there for us. Not really. There are some good cops out there that haven't got a fucking clue that they're working for a corporation. I work for the Crown and I'm here to serve you and make sure you're safe. But the Crown is a Crown corporation. It's a corporation. It's corporate. So it's like Frank, who does security at Asda, coming to your front door and trying to drag you off to his car in cuffs. It's the same thing. They don't have a right to lay a finger on you until you give them permission. Police by consent. So for this memo to be sent up into the Midlands, and Rotherham included, this memo to be sent up there to say that these children are consenting to this lifestyle, so don't make any arrests. And there have been literal examples where police have literally walked past what was actually a crime scene and turned a blind eye to a child being raped in a car. And there are so many examples of that. And you wonder why I fucking hate the police. How can you just walk away? You know? Fuck the police. Like I said, we need to get ourselves into a position which initially is going to probably look like some sort of parallel society, and then we'll kind of get more and more organized, and we'll police ourselves. We can police ourselves. We can do it. You know, we can't do a worse job of policing than our police. I thought about it last night. I've met four cops in my, maybe five, because the guy who got me and the girls in the back of the van, you know, it was fucking freezing. It was so cold, and I was drenched. And in the 4.5 hours or whatever it was, I was in that van with him. We got talking, and he seemed like a nice guy, but he's a countryside policeman. It's different. So out of the five in my entire life, I'd say he was one of them. All right. Now I can smell filth, you know, because they talk a certain way, they act a certain way. There's something about them that's almost uniform, right? And again, that could be down to some sort of indoctrination, and you know, who knows? There were two cops when I was a kid, and I must have been about 7, 8, 9 years old, something like that. I can't remember the exact time, but I know I was little. And this is when I lived in Radford, and everyone had been clear. There was a lot of snow, and they cleared all the pathways, and they just put them big, massive heaps. And myself and my friend, this is back when we used to see bobbies on the beat, you know, where there was an actual kind of visual representation of our police force on the streets. You don't see that anymore. And again, like, I lived in a very multicultural area that was getting more and more like that as time went by. And so there was one white police officer, and the other police officer was a Sikh. So instead of a helmet, he's just got a black turban with the royal crest on it, the Queen's crest. And we threw a snowball at him. His missed, mine hit, but either way, they gave chase. And I only had little legs, you know. I was probably running 4 steps to every one of his stride, because this is back when they used to take police officers on that had to have a certain level of intelligence, right? And hopefully some sort of kind of, you know, decent, half decent grades from school, or they were ex-army. They had to be over a certain height. They had to pass a fitness course and a few other things, you know. And now we've got tranny police officers patting down women because they identify as a woman. So we've got tranny officers, we've got morbidly obese police officers. You know, the amount of times I've looked at a copper and I've bit my tongue, you know. Pick your battles, right? But the amount of times I've wanted to go up to some police officers that I've seen knocking about, and I've been so tempted to go up to them and say, if I just rob this woman 5 meters away from you, you won't have to do fuck all about it, apart from chafe and wheeze. I think that's no, I'm not quite finished. So there was the two that don't, yeah. So the police officers, when I was really, really young, they gave chase, they caught up with us. And next thing I know, I'm upside down. So my head's facing the floor, my feet are up in the air. He's got me by both ankles, and he's just pushed me straight down into this massive pile of snow up to my shoulders. And I'm disorientated. I can't breathe. You know, I was an asthmatic when I was a kid. I don't know what happened to me, mate. I can't remember. I just remember my incident, you know. and I managed to wriggle out of it and get free and just shake off the snow. And then I just kind of like noticed him, then turn away and walk away. So he'd all around to make sure I was all right, you know. So that's half decent policing, just kind of being part of the community in a physical form, walking around. So that's what was that? Is that 3? The guy I was in the back of the me and the girls were on New Year's Day. Those 2. So there's 2 left. Yes. So when I got busted for what I ended up going to jail for, which again, to anyone that's just not watched me before, which I think you're all regulars, it wasn't justified really to send me to jail for that, but this cop, there was quite a few cops involved, and whilst they were raiding my flat, which really angered me. This is my flat, you're in my fucking flat, get out. That was how I was feeling. So they were just searching the whole place, and there was this one particular woman. She was just so, if you were there. So I just locked onto her, and I just said, how long does it take you from waking up in the morning? This is what I said to her. From waking up in the morning and then getting out of bed to getting to work, when you have to literally with a plasterer's trowel get that amount of makeup on your face. How are you even able to smile? I mean, does your husband really love you? And I was really fucking getting in there because I was so pissed off. But there was one that the lead police officer on the investigation on both occasions. I liked him, even though he was mainly responsible for me going to prison. But I liked him because he was a good cop, proper, genuine. You could just, sometimes you can just feel half decentness in someone, that they just do it. It's just nothing personal. It's just a job. It's just my job. What you've done, is considered to be against the law, and just what I've got to do. There's a lot more to it, but I really, really liked him. So I really liked. I hate the vast majority of coppers out there now. Fucking despise them because they're a different breed, different mindset, So I can't stand pretty much every police officer out there now, and most of them I've never met, because I do feel like I can tar them all with the same brush now, because they are just following the orders and not their own moral compass. So out of all of the, in the grand scheme of things, I had loads of respect for the guy that actually sent me to jail. And the final one was, we'd sold our caravan and got a motorhome. And then we put our name down at where the caravan is now on that site, expecting to wait maybe 2 or 3 years because of where it is. It's so beautiful there. So we went away for our first week away in this motorhome. We got rid of our caravan. We got rid of our 4x4 because we didn't need a big vehicle anymore to tow a caravan, because we had a motorhome. And so we were trying to find someone who who had a caravan for sale that suited our needs. Excuse me. But they needed to deliver it because we didn't have the means to do that anymore. So we found, we went to view a few. We went to find one. We went to look at one. Going back to when I was saying I can smell filth from a mile away. I can just tell. I just know. you know. So the things they say, the way they say it, everything, you know, they are quite easy to stereotype once you get to know what to look for. So I've had quite a lot of brushes, you know. I'm a good lad now. That's what I mean. If anyone comes through that door now, uniformed or otherwise, I'll see them as the enemy because I've not broken any laws. You know, anything that I've done wrong in the past, I've paid for it. I have, and then I've gone on to kind of bring a bit more back. Not the balance was required. Well, I've spent 20 years of my life as a caregiver, you know, to make up for being a little bit of a twat early on in my life. So anyway, we found this caravan. It was looked at on YouTube, on eBay. It looked bang on. It looked exactly what we were after. And so we drove all the way up to where they were. I can't remember now. And so just bear with me because it is quite interesting, you know. And so we turned up at their house to physically view the caravan before we bought it. And so there was the husband. They were getting a divorce. That's why they were selling off a few assets and stuff that they'll never use together as a couple again. He had his own vape shop, and as conversation and a cup of tea was going down, I said, "What do you do?" She says, "I'm a police officer." And I just thought, "Fuck me, wow, I would never have got that." Now she was counter-terrorism, so we ended up talking about anything but. In fact, I think Sal and her other half were in the background because we were just connected. She was talking about sleeper cells, and it's not so much the groups that we've got to worry about; it's the lone wolves that we've got to worry about. And then we started talking about Catholicism and how corrupt that is and how dark it is. And fucking hell, I mean, it was just a flow. And it was like she got loads off her chest, I got loads off my chest, and she was in counter-terrorism. Now, so you would then think, well, that's counter-terrorism, that's very specialised. So you might not have smelt or sussed her out to be a pig, right? But she started out as a beat cop in Brixton. You know, a petite blonde woman who was then in her mid-30s, and she'd been a beat officer for 2 years in Brixton prior, you know, a couple of years prior. And so anyway, they ended up kind of on the day of delivery. The worst possible route they could come down into Edo is coming down that road because it's like that, you know. And I said that I'd be waiting for him, and I got sidetracked because of the owner of the land. So they drove straight by, and then they somehow managed to. I don't know if any of you guys have ever tried to reverse a caravan. Everything's the other way around. Somehow he managed to turn around. It's a big caravan. It's a 4-berth. And then he drove past again and then went all the way back up this massive hill. You know, when he finally arrived on site, turning around and coming back down again, all I could smell was clutch and burning brakes. And they dropped the canal off the entrance of the gate. I'm thinking, well, it needs to be over there, and we haven't got a car. So I mentioned that to him. He says, "Don't worry about it." And he gets this remote control out and remote controls our caravan into position with pinpoint accuracy with a fucking remote control. You know, mad. And that's still on the caravan. If anyone wants it, you know, £800 worth of mover. Everything works. You just need to disconnect it and then reconnect it. Any offers if you're interested? So the transaction had been made. The final payment had been made. The caravan was in place in the same spot it is now, 10 years later. And I shook his hand to say thank you. Sal shook his hand to say thank you. And as soon as my hand came away from him, she just had her arms around me, giving me a massive hug and a kiss on the cheek. So they're not all bad. They're not all arseholes. And I understand why they're leaving in the droves, because they don't want to be part of a two-tier police system. And they don't want to sort of have the risk of being sent to jail for murder, for carrying firearms, as a firearms officer, when you don't, depending on where you are in the country, you don't get any increase in pay. It's the same. Oh, I feel like I waffled on far too much about the police there. And I don't know what my point was. Yeah, that they're doing nothing and they got a memo to turn a blind eye to all these children. I knew I'd get back on it. All these children that are being, molested and murdered and tortured. And we all know that Starmer's got something to do with this. I think it was when he was CPS. I think he's got something. He's definitely got something. That he's got some serious fucking skeletons in his closet. And it's ironic using the word closet as well. But then, why would they do something again so blatant to vote against an inquiry into something that's so severe? Vote against it. So he bullied everyone, almost everyone. The ones that didn't vote were probably told not to vote, so it looked more balanced. That's it. Bread and circus. So doing that, because he abstained, so his vote wasn't for or against. He abstained, so he won't be on the list of people that that voted against an inquiry. It's fucking crazy. And so doing that, on top of that, their mission, the Labour mission video that they did, where everyone was depicted as an animal with a rap song over the top, glorifying child abuse in a really graphic way out to the public. I mean, has this guy, what the fuck's going on? Has this guy got a death wish or what? Or are they just gradually trying to, bit by bit, get us to just completely erupt and then give, maybe this is a bit of an extreme kind of left field idea, but we're all wondering, will all of these invaders, because that's what they are, will all of these invaders be given uniforms and weaponry to keep order in our streets? Can you imagine that? And when I say can you imagine that, I don't mean it as a horrific, because I'm prepared for anything now, really. I am. I mean it by way of these people don't have the same level of IQ as us, generally. They don't. There was a study that I found, right? And it was trying to work out the attributes and the downside. It was so comprehensive, and I can't find it anywhere now. And it was to try and work out the attributes of certain races, because again, there are different races under the umbrella of human, different races, right? I mean, in a certain region of Africa, they can tell a man's. They can tell if there was a bleached, completely bleached, no DNA left, maybe some in the marrow, doesn't matter. They can tell a white man from a bleached skeleton from an African man of that region just by their skeletal structure. And we're all the same. So that their tibia has a slight curvature, which makes them faster. So there are lots of, there are little things, little differences in different races, physical. So why not psychological or mental? Because the two are going to go hand in glove. So yeah, So going back to the pros and cons and stuff, it was so comprehensive, so in depth, because it wasn't just each race; it was each sex and each financial bracket. So poor, so sub working class, if you like. I don't like the word sub working class because it's a horrible term, but it's just the only way I can explain it. I don't know what term they used. So there was sub working class, which is really, really poor, you know. Then you've got working class that's just managing to feed the family, keep a roof over their heads. Then you've got, there are others, you know, because you've got mid to lower class, and then you've got, you know what I mean? And then you've got lower to, you've got mid to high to, you know what I'm saying? There are levels between each class, but there's 4 classes. 5 if you include the, and I don't like the term elites. I don't like that. And they don't count as one of us anyway, because we don't count as one of them. So yeah, this comprehensive study was done from both sexes, what social catchment you kind of fell under, whether you were, you know, just poor, down and out, working class, middle class, rich, very wealthy, of each one of these demographics. And it was mind-blowing, the differences. Unbelievable. But there's one particular demographic that's got the lowest IQ, and it's even lower in the females. But I'm not going to say which one it is. Right, I'm so sorry. Bird of figment into the night. Bird of figment into the night. I like that, Joe. Yeah, you're very poetic. Oh, I was way behind. I'm going to press that, and it gets down to a million. You know, when you've got, yeah. See, yeah. Hold on a minute. Oh, love it, love it. Yeah, thanks, Star Moon Magic Raven. Have you got something that's less of a mouthful, even though it's a beautiful mouthful? I just feel like I'm saying a sentence instead of your name. But I do love it. It's beautiful, and I'm wondering if your parents were hippies, or if you are. Oh, I did shoot past quite a lot. Every now and then, guys, I might miss some of your comments, you know, and I do apologise. It's never intentional, never. think you've known me long enough. If you buy used, you won't pay that. On silver, they'll still charge you VAT. If you're buying it from a registered like outlet like Chards, then you'll still pay VAT on silver, you know, unless you're buying it privately, you know, from your neighbour or whatever. But if it has to go through a business, that business has to charge you VAT on silver, but not on gold. It's VAT free. But it might be different yeah, I saw the Scottish flag above that comment. I was like, it might be different in Scotland, but it's not. It's you. 4x4 fella. Do people call you Ben? Because I'm just shit with names, and I'd like to call you by your name. You know, I'm shit with names. I don't retain them. So I might ask you again. And end monarchy now. Yeah, ever since I was a kid. Ever since I was a kid in school. Like, right, so we're poor, because we were poor, you know. My dad works, but my mum just spent more than he was earning, you know, and she didn't work. So we're poor, but you're giving some of your wages to the Queen, who's got lots of castles. That was pretty much like me being, you know, an 8-year-old, 9-year-old. And I've always had a disdain for Charles in particular, even though I know they're all evil, twisted fucks, including the Queen. She's complicit in all this. You know, she's took a lot of secrets to her grave. But yeah, we don't need a monarch. No, we don't. You know, but then you'll get not in our little tribe, not happening, right? But if you speak to the average normie, they'll turn around and give you the same old bullshit again and again and again. Well, they do bring a lot into the economy with tourism. There's never been a single paper published on how much revenue is brought into the country as a direct result of people coming here just to. None of them gets to meet the Queen. Photo taken, you know, outside Buckingham Palace. That's it. Buy a mug, you know, with a Union Jack on it. A little fridge magnet fucking red bus, if they're still red. Or a little black taxi, you know, London taxi. And stick it on the fridge. You call that revenue? They're here for everything else. They are blood-sucking leeches. They're parasites. That's all they are. I fucking hate them. Are things stamped with 925 proper silver? Sterling silver 925 is 900 and 925, right? 925. Oh, Ruth, do you know what? You've got me on that one, sweetheart. It's sterling silver, standard sterling. So 925. Without looking it up, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know. I just know that the American version of what we have as a Britannia, a recognisable coin, ours is 99.999% pure. The American version is, I think it's about 95%. But I mean, if we've got the know-how and the technology to purify silver to that high a level, why can't they? You know. So you might have to look that up, Ruth, and I do apologise. I pray for kindness and love to reign. So we all do. All of us want peace. We want peace and to be left the fuck alone. You know, no more of this overreaching government that should have been working for us. Enough. So you praying for kindness and love to reign. That's Star Moon Magic Raven. Again, it's beautiful, but it's a bit of a mouthful. So if you can drop your name down, if you're comfortable with that. I think in order to get peace, we've got to fight for it. You know, broken eggs, omelette. If you want to use, where were we? Want tea? Oh, that's Scottish straight away. I love it, you know, because they talk, they text they text and comment in Scottish. Not everyone, you know, but like proper. So I know Andre's a Scot. Imagine if I was wrong now. After all that, want to trade fishing hooks for a tub of pseudocrem. How did I do? There, Andre. Not bad, you know. No Oscar. I'm not bothered, you know. But yeah, it's things like that. I mean, I've got loads of pseudocrem in, but I've got loads of everything in. There's very little you can imagine I haven't got from a British legal standpoint. I've got most angles covered, I think. Yeah. King not looking after his people. He's defunct. But he's not even our king. He's not a king. So the monarchy or the crown was relinquished at the point of it becoming a corporation, which happened quite some time back. So there's only been so during that, since all of those changes. So you had the Queen that was coronated, yeah, when she was crowned Queen of England. So between then and now, the crown doesn't exist in a monarchical fashion anymore. So he's not. So by default, he's no longer by default. Even before the Queen died, she was no longer our Queen. Look it up. Look it up. There's lots out there, right? Just look it up. So because the Queen, towards the end of her days, wasn't even our Queen. She was just a figurehead. That's it. So, but when she was coronated as Queen, that was all done. As far as I'm aware, that was done all officially and above board and according to our traditions, right? But between then and now, there's only been one other coronation, and that was for Prince Charles. And part of that coronation, or being made king, being crowned, was the anointment of oil, and that was hidden from view, so that he's separated himself from the rest of the realm, the people of the land. He is officially the enemy. But they're still using common law against us, but because of the Constitution and they've been so crafty. You know, all of the shit that they've been getting up to behind closed doors. You know what I mean? Evil, twisted, sadistic bastards. Yeah, he's not my king. He's not my king. Never was. I've always hated him. When you have laws stopping you fish or hunt, you know they are mafia. Yeah, we should be able to. I mean, I do think to maintain, right. So we're all part of one big biosphere. This is answer to you, Star Moon Magic Raven. We're all part of a massive ecosystem that's all intricately connected. So we don't want our bees dying off because we'll be really fucked up, you know. So I do believe that I think some regulations should be kept in place so that we don't end up wiping out all of our rivers of any fish or anything else, you know, or going into these national parks and wiping out bears in America because people have had, you know, they've tried a bear steak once. So they start killing all the bears, killing all the deer, killing all the whatever. You know, wildlife could be decimated. So, but yeah, I just think it's about, again, it's about balance. If everyone wanted to go out and kill deer, you get some people that are doing it for fun, for enjoyment, just enjoyment purposes, and then you'll get people doing it because they're going to be bringing home one of the most lean, healthy red meats on the planet, veal. So venison. Sorry, anyway, I bet they were like, I'm going to put that right. He's fucked that up. Venison, and they had ways of smoking it and storing it, and you know, pickling it and all sorts. But if everyone was doing it, everything would be wiped out. We need to find a new way of feeding the world, and we've got the technology for it. We just need, yeah, a bit of time and a lot of effort. Mum and dad equal balance. Exactly. Fuck me, how far behind am I? Yeah, the nuclear family. Right. You know what? You know, because I feel really bad because I'm slipping right behind on the. So I'm really, really sorry. And to those of you who know me will know that's sincere. You know, I'm skipping right down to the bottom now so I can read your comments. So I do apologise. God is king, but then it depends on which faith you are and which God you're talking about, which one's the real one. This is why I'm probably leaning more towards agnostic because, and again, I don't want to piss anyone off by just calling it a book again, you know. But I don't believe in a Bible, you know, and I don't believe in a well, the Bible. It's just a collection of books that's been condensed in, and then stuff's been lost in translation, and things have been changed, and I can't have faith in something like that, you know. So there's that, and you've got the Quran, which are two different levels, you know. But then you've got each religion got the sort of got their own book, and their own version of what or who or yeah, what is God, whose God is the right God. So, but I am, you know, I'm all for peaceful religions that are able to be able to coexist side by side with other peaceful religions. I've not got a problem with that at all, because that could enrich us, you know. Yeah, Ben Bang On, Ben Bang On, Bing. That sounds like a start of a Chinese song. Non-hippie conservatives. Wow. Non-hippie. Are you UK Star Moon Magic Raven? And let me know again because I've just had to cut out a massive chunk of the chat just to catch up. Let me know what your proper name is if you don't mind, or just a shorter, or I could just call you Star. But that surprised me. But I think a lot of us have become quite spiritual throughout our lives. It's just kind of like naturally occurred in some cases. It's took massive impacts in, you know, in people's personal and spiritual and psychological impacts that have made people become more spiritual and open to, you know, other ideas. So I'd like to, you know, that's a very hippie name. But seeds grow. But seeds grow your own food. Invest in chickens or rabbits or quail. Yeah. I mean, you can. Lily's not on tonight. I've not seen her. But she made a good point saying that you know, you can keep quail indoors, and the gestation period from you know, the mating to to having another fully grown chick is a fraction of the time of a chicken, and they don't stink your house out. And the quail cockerel, it goes beep, 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 beep. Normally, to get that pitch, that high pitch I just did there, and I need someone to take a run up and kick me in the bollocks. But yeah, they make next to no noise, so they were very discreet. But then so are rabbits. There's a lot of meat on rabbits. But then you've got to cross that bridge of slaughtering them and processing them. Listen to the songbird of the figment into the night. It's beautiful. I've not heard of that, but that sounds lovely, really lovely. You sound like such a peaceful woman, Joe. You know, very spiritual and chilled, but sensitive. Fuck monarchy, yeah, fuck them. We are equal. No decent from Odin Shitey. Who's Odin Shitey? I know, I've heard of Odin. Is Shitey his real surname? That's unfortunate. People need to take streets, create posters and stickers, stick on the bus stops. Yeah, there's a lot of people doing that, which is good, but they're getting ripped down just as quick. Nothing is as I seems. They control our perception. You control your perception by being aware of them trying to control your perception. As long as you're aware of them trying to control your perception, you can then put extra effort in to control your perception. One of the main reasons we're surrounded by so many people that are brainwashed is because they're not aware of others manipulating their mind, programming it, indoctrinating it. You know, the reason why they are so deep into all of this to the point where there are going to be lots of people out there that are absolutely lost causes. You know, the whole NPC thing. When I first heard that, I thought that's so apt. You know, it's so appropriate. But then I was thinking, and then it's divisive. And I was thinking, yeah, it's quite negative. You know, it's just causing more division. But they do exist, and these are the ones that you have absolutely no chance of bringing them around. None. No matter what happens, the worse shit gets for this small amount of people, the worse shit gets for them, the more they'll turn to the TV to be told what to do. Default. Common law is good now. They're using corporate law. Yeah. Common law and natural law as a combination. But common law is based on our constitution. So America's got their constitution. That's why they fucked off over there. They could see where it was going over here. Like, fuck this. So they went over there and then they kind of recreated their constitution, which was tweaked a little bit from ours, you know, and they stick by it. We don't. Most people aren't even aware that we have a constitution. The founding fathers of America knew what they were. They knew they were seers. But yeah, common law, I think it needs to be tweaked a little bit here and there to bring it into 21st century. But that in comparison, that in connection with natural law, that would bring crime down, crashing down. There's so much we can do. Yeah, Terry spoke quite a bit on that in last stream. What did I oh yeah I did. Thanks, Lana, for reminding her of that. So in the Scottish Highlands we have dangerous levels of deer rampaging the country. No predators like bears, etc. Yeah, while the wolves were wiped out, and the only predators that deer have got over there are us. I mean, the biggest, apart from a human, well, then we're omnivores, and I'm sure someone's going to argue with that. We're omnivores, and the largest carnivore, indigenous carnivore in the UK, pound for pound, is a badger, and they never take down. They're not designed to, One of the downsides about all of the deer that you've got up there, one of the downsides is that I was about to light a faggot. Already got one. Is that deer need shelter in woodland, and our woodlands, our forests are shrinking and shrinking, and that's going to affect behaviour and stuff. But I would love to see, the stags in the wild. I've seen them at Wollerton Park rutting. That's impressive. I've got some good photos somewhere, but I'd love to see them in the Highlands, with the mist on the hills or the mountains, and a loch in the distance, and some bloke on another hill playing bagpipes whilst these stags are rutting. I'd fucking love that. Kai, what's Kai? You have never pissed me off. Who, me, Joe? I try not to. I don't want to piss anyone off. I really don't. I'm just passionate about stuff, and I know a bit, and I'm learning a bit, and I just think we should be able to speak our minds, and we could potentially end up with like 3, 4, 5 different forms of religion in the live chat, but because of what we've created over the last 5 years and our ability to be able to communicate without falling out with each other, and kind of being politely disagreeing, or just being passive and allowing people to get their point across. We've built that, So whether I agree with someone's religion or not is another question. If they ask me, do I agree with it? I would say yes or no, or don't know, because I wouldn't maybe not know anything about it. But if the answer was no, I would have to back it up with a reason, and I would hope that you would accept that, because that's how we've got to be civil. We have to be in this little tribe. We have to be the bastion of what society should look like. Cohesion, and freedom of speech, which is number one. Quail, 8 weeks, yeah. Yeah, quail is definitely something I've been toying with, but there's a big rabbit population down there, very big, and I know for a fact no one goes hunting for them, and I don't know if many people have ever thought, should we get an air rifle, you know, or should we learn how to trap? I can't imagine anyone around here thinking like that. So that'll be my playground. Um, where were we? Life is sacred. It's what your body feels after ingesting. Yeah. Do you want ingest the good stuff? Royal family claim descent from Odin. The royal family are just a bunch of fucking morons, just blood sucking, screwed up, paedophilia supporting, um, poor people destroying parasites. That's all they are. They're nothing. I can't say one single good thing about the entire family or the entire bloodline. You know, I'm looking forward to when we take all that back. Community of 3,000 helping you to be fruitful. Find the other food. Right. So what's the group of 3,000 star? I will never. Joe, none of us will now. Um, some of us never were. You know, we still kind of, because we've always been on the kind of, we've always, a lot of us, I believe, have managed to kind of be on the outside looking in. And when you're on the outside looking in, you see way more, you know. And if you've got a really decent critical thinking mind as well, you criticize stuff, you scrutinize stuff. You know, when you see these kids asking the mum a question and they go, "Why?" and then the mum will give them an answer that sounds like sounds a bit open ended for whatever reason. Go, "Why?" Some of these kids are just annoying little shits, but I do believe the vast majority of them are just going to have amazing brains that are going to be very broad when they grow older. But yeah, I think most of us would never be brainwashed, especially now, you know, because we question everything, and we should. When they charge someone for murder, they say contrary to common law. Yeah, you see, they do use it when it suits, but every single law in this country, under common law, has been buried under acts and statutes, and we're being lied to as to what our rights are. It's not there. It's not there. They're not in a position to take your rights away. It's we're now in a position where we're fighting to keep them. You know, and keep them. We will. But you've got to stand firm. Heels proper dug in. You know, head up, shoulders back, chest up. Come on, you know. Um, let's have to go. Do wild the cats have to go for a deer lunch? That one's gone over me, brother. Too big for the wild cats. Yeah, I mean, if we had lions over here or leopards, because they're the two most powerful cats. Cheetahs are designed for speed, to outpace their prey. Even then, they're not always that successful. and even then they can sustain a lot of damage because they're slender. They're built for speed. You know, they're like the greyhounds of the cat world. So the two most powerful cats, well, the three are the tiger, the leopard, and the lion. And if we had any of those over here, but then they creep up on them. You know, they wouldn't be able to chase them down. They're what's the word? Ah, fuck it, it's gone. Haven't they put wolves back in areas of Scotland? I've heard that. I've heard that. But right, so Lana's saying no. I'm just wondering if there might be some sort of little reservation. But then, can you imagine that they wouldn't be put in the wild then, would they? If they're fenced in, and to consider it as wild, because so we've got these like wildlife protected wildlife areas in Africa and in our parks, national parks in this country and in America as well, where certain animals are protected and they're wild. So it's something that's kind of fenced in. Where do you draw the line between wild and captive? How big does the fence have to be? Because a fence is a fence. I know there was talk of it, but I guess they haven't. It's a bit of a risk, you know, because we're only a small nation, really. And you know, if these wolves were allowed to get very, very right, I did think that, and they're even rarer now and even more difficult to come by because over the years they've mated with domestic cats. So because they've got such strong genetics, the offspring that then go on to live in the wild look like Scottish wildcats until they've had their DNA taken and they've got a massive chunk of domestic cat in there, you know, which is so sad. It's so sad. But they do exist. They still exist, but they are extremely rare. They're more rare than people spot. People are. I've got a photo of a Scottish wildcat. Chances are it probably wasn't. That's how rare they are. But they're not far off the size of a normal house cat. You know, they haven't got the power. You know, we look at vermin, maybe small rabbits, stuff like that. Nothing bigger than that. But they are stunning and feisty. Our ability to stick together will see us through. I love us too, and we will stick together. And but I do think it's really, really important that people start to network, you know, face to face, people to people, try and suss people out. If you join a new group for the first time, maybe kind of like hang around in the background, but not too much to the point where they're thinking you're an outsider, an infiltrator. It's a fucking nightmare, you know. But yeah, we're at the mercy of technology with doing these live streams for our little tribe. So if that gets, you know, wiped out, or we get restricted in some way, then to some degree or other, that's the end of our little tribe. So networking is important, very. I guess. Yeah, I do like the idea because there's so much wilderness up there, but then it's still, yeah, it's still a risk. Wolves, wolves are wolves. I mean, they're powerful. You know, imagine if you had some like non non-domesticated Rhodesian Ridgebacks or Rottweilers, you know, just running the streets, it'd be fucking carnage. So that would take away the whole point of protecting them in the first place. All right, massive beasts. Yeah, I'd love to see him. I'd love to see him. I really would. Yes, we are. We are one. We are all one. But I don't think everyone realizes that. But they will when push comes to shove. You'll know. People will know. But again, we need to have a common cause. It has to be, and it has to be bad. But we just like World War II. People just forgot about their differences and worked together as communities, you know. And I think that's what will happen again. But tribal, more tribal, because we have threats in this country that we just can't tolerate. We can't tolerate. It's as simple as that. Find a way to grow food, but not small cages. No. You know, keeping them happy. I wouldn't want to be in a cage. Besides, the happier the animal, the better the quality of the meat, and you know, it's all about being humane. Exactly. Local community through meets and email collective. Yeah, but local community in particular, you will have a group near you. I mean, most towns and cities now have got like a stand in the park type thing going on. I never joined mine. I never really investigated that further, but I feel like I'm going down another route now. So as well as our little tribe. But yeah, local community. Yeah, it's important. Grow your friends. I love you too, sister. There's only 23 wild are in Scotland Highlands. 23 wild. See, I told you. You know, you don't get rarer than that. 23. So even if say 12 were male and 11 were female, there's going to be a male that's going to properly lose out there, you know. 23. I didn't realize it was as low as that. Yeah. So they're the ones that are being tracked. We don't know for sure. There could be a few more. I feel so much better from my migraine. I got up and did some cleaning, washing. I've looked after my cat, so please know she is safe. Yeah, I'm sure she couldn't be anywhere better than with you, Joe. And I'm glad your head's feeling better. What's on your bingo card for the next 10 days pre-inauguration? Well, I've got to admit, I did think that I didn't expect that outcome with the Trump trial, because I didn't think that they had anything on him to start off with. So they've punished him, and his punishment is nothing. Literally nothing. I'm not downplaying it, because it's only a small punishment. You know, it's literally nothing. So he's been sort of found guilty without a punishment. So Um, I do think that things do seem to be kind of like jolting up a bit, and I don't know. Maybe there is something in the whole Trump thing. Maybe he can bring some sort of balance back, but I just don't trust him, and I don't trust the people around him. So, and I won't put my all my faith into another man or another woman. I just won't do it. Um, but I think it could be possible, Lana, that we might end up with more environmental issues. So we had the fog of death, and there were samples taken from that, um, which were quite interesting. And then we've got these fires. You know, let me just top this up, and I'll be right back. I won't take long. Yeah, so I think what happened. So you heard about what happened in London, Lina, with the controlled explosions. I think that was just to rattle the public. I don't think there was anything in that. I think that was a psyop. I really do. Yeah, it's a tough one to call. But I do think there'll be something environmentally, something that's going to shock us between now and then. And then even then, it's going to. There's a lot of people out there that have got so much to lose. But so have we. So if you think about the passion that's in our hearts, you know, to hold on to our way of life and fight back, they're going to want to do exactly the same, and they've got a lot of money and technology and influence on their side. So we need the numbers. Hybrids. Some looking, not some. Yeah, yeah. My birthday's before the inauguration. Well, I'll say happy birthday now, Joanna Morgan. Happy birthday to you. Blah 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 blah. Happy birthday to you. Just in case the world goes to hell in a handbasket between now and then, which I don't think it will be. It's all psychological. Most of this is psychological. With it's kind of 50% psychological and 50% killing you softly by poisoning you. 50-50. That's balance. Oh my gosh. You have Wallaby in Scotland. No joke. They have their own island. A Wallaby Island in Scotland. I don't know. That sounds quite cruel because wallabies are from one of the hottest countries in the world. So to stick them on a little island in the Outer Hebrides, you know, where it's fucking freezing. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. It's mad. That's mad. I totally believe you. Loch Lomond. Wow. I suppose it kind of, yeah, they get the maybe they get used to the temperatures, you know. I mean, we've got there's a Bronx, there's a zoo in the Bronx. Please create a post for us to connect locally. All I can do is you can always put a comment in on any of the videos, any of the lives, saying I'm from, and name your town, your town and the city that your town's in. And if anyone is anywhere near there, then yeah, I mean, I've said before, I'm quite happy to be a conduit. So you can sort of email me. Both of you email me if you agree in the chat or agree in the comment section of a video, and then I'll say that no one's got your personal information. I can send you their email, and you can set and you theirs, and you can contact each other that way. But other than that, it's almost impossible to yeah, for us to connect locally, because I mean, having said that, considering how tiny our this channel is, I've met Annie twice, and I met David Gell twice. So, oh no, I've met Annie three times, four now, and yeah, the odds of that, the odds of them just kind of finding us is off the charts, really. So you don't know who's around you until you start looking into it, and just letting people know where you are. Hey, Lulu. Oh. I'm all right with me cranberry juice, thanks, Maria. But cheers for the offer. Or Elon. No, there's just something fucking, I don't know. I mean, like I said, he turned the country around, but maybe that was a precursor so that people could have that comparison and then put someone with the onset of dementia into a position of the leader of the free world. So you've got even more contrast to guarantee that Trump wins. But again, it's the illusion of choice again. A two horse race when both horses are owned by the same person. I read a meme earlier on. Robin Williams, right? Funny man. I remember him in Mork and Mindy when I was a kid, and he was a beautiful, beautiful soul, And he said that all politicians should wear a jacket with badges, sponsorship jackets, just so that we know who owns them. And I love that. He put it across a lot more, or it was he was a lot more poetic. Wasn't he in the Dead Poets Society. Ironically, my birthday is next Thursday. Oh, well, a happy birthday. I'm sure we'll get to chat before then. Maybe a drone flu, or I think this is why I don't read much, because words. This is why I sound like a 7-year-old reading from a textbook, because words. Sometimes there's too many words and they kind of blend. It's hard to explain, but I can write. I mean, my handwriting when I'm on form is beautiful. You know, it's a form of art. It's a form of expression. It's a unique style that's unique to you. I can write all day long, you know, because it's therapeutic and it's handwriting. But reading, I struggle. I do. This is why I don't read many books. I'm an observer and a listener, and it's fared me well so far. So a new alien virus and everyone needs a jab. The new motto will be hands, space, UFOs. I'm hearing stuff of I'm hearing some mad shit, mate. But honestly, I don't believe any of it. You know, I do believe that we've got some incredible tech. You know, mind-blowingly incredible tech, and they're just going to try and pull the wool over our eyes again, and it's not going to wash. And there are a hell of a lot more people now that feel the same. It might not be like on my level or Lana's level or Lulu's level or Joanna's level or Maria's level or 4x4 fella's level. You know, they might not be on that level, but they're still questioning. They're starting to question stuff, and that's key. Questioning. That is the birth of a critical mind. So whatever it is, they're going to have to be really fucking smart. But then we still have a lot of fucktards in the world. You know, more than I'd like. I'd love to visit some locks, some Midgey-free locks with just mountains. But then we've got the Lake District. You know, there's not much of a difference. There isn't. Yeah, an hour's drive to the nearest lock. It takes longer for me to get from here to the caravan, but always generally worth the journey. Apart from the last one, due. So something came up on my phone, but it was too late then. I had to get set up. You know, I didn't have time to look. Dew in LA doesn't touch the trees. Yeah, I was about to watch a video on that. Yeah, there's so much weird shit going on at the moment. We can't leave flat Earth. Remember the firmament dole. Yeah. Well, like I said, I've got an open mind, Lulu, regards to the shape of the Earth. I know you're a God-fearing Christian. I know you are, and I know it says something in the Bible that may kind of say maybe it might be flat. But again, you know, it's open to interpretation. But that's not me going against your faith, sweetheart. Quite the opposite. Space, outer space. That's got a nice hands, face, outer space. What do you do if you see a spaceman? Park in it, man. We can't have flat Earth. Remember, right? Yeah. Carpe diem. Or is that a little bit of Latin? What's that, Maria? Because I can't see where you've put it. I think they're going to spend so much on Bluebeam and not use it. Nah, you know. But it's still laughable to us because if I went out of the house now, right, and looked up at the sky, which I often do, I love looking at the stars. Especially out in the Peak District where there's virtually no light pollution, you can see the Milky Way. It's just beautiful. It's so beautiful. And I wonder, if it's a massive, allegedly a massive. But I've got different views on that as well. There are lots of different potential realities. So yeah, if I saw a big fuck off UFO, like disc shape or cigar shaped or whatever, moving in the sky, and it was clearly, quite big and shiny or whatever, and it was quite impactful on the skyline, I'd be like, here we go, here we go. I won't be thinking I'm getting invaded. But there's so many films that they've made that's just, it's all this pre-programming stuff, and it's just people need to snap out of that. Just 3, 2, 1, you're back in the room. Sort your shit out. Right, so anyone in Inverness? So someone near Inverness, if anyone wants to kind of hook up with Star, or if anyone knows of any groups in that area for her to connect up to, it would be good, because power in numbers. It is good and it's lovely to spend time around people that, this is just a live stream, it's just me talking, my face, bit of a background, couple of candles, and me responding to the live chat, and we're all connecting with each other. So when you do that in person, it's amazing. It's amazing. I got choked up in a fucking co-op just because the woman that was serving me turned around and said, "Yeah, we're both awake." And I'm like, yeah, we're finding each other. We are. But it's you're definitely going to benefit a lot more from interpersonal connections. Oh, I've missed Watcher. Hello, Watcher. How you going, mate? You all right? Kendal, one of my favourite places. Oh, Kendal's beautiful. Yeah, I love the Lake District. I love it. It's so gorgeous. And me and Sal climbed. Fucking hell, it's gone. It'll come back in a minute. And she was scared of heights. She cried along this ridge. So we got onto the top. And yeah, I have mentioned it before. Scared to death of heights, but she was so proud of herself for doing it. Some of the best things we ever do are hard work. Seize the day. Of course, yeah. I only know that because it's the title of the Saxon album. So I've got another heavy metal lover in the house. Not spacemen, they are Nephilim. I'd still park. Better not chemtrail that all day. I want to see it. Yeah, do you know? Yeah, if they're going to show you something, they're going to show you it. The tech they've got up in space is ridiculous. And that started at the infancy of Ronald Reagan's reign over America. You know, so you imagine how advanced they've become in what, 40 odd years. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable stuff. That's where weapons are a lot safer. They're less vulnerable up there. What's all that about? Toxic fog in America? Anyone know? Yeah, they did do some. They did do some, take some samples of it, and but the different videos that I've seen of it, the people, I think they'd managed to get hold of some decent information, but they weren't very good at sort of putting it across and interpreting it properly. So I'm still looking, but I did say that it was quite likely that, you know, it's just cold and flu season. You know, we get cold and flu, but I think it was significantly worse. But then there are a lot of people that have had, you know, stuff in them, you know, that contains foreign DNA, and your body's designed to fight foreign DNA. So you can end up with an autoimmune system issue to some degree or another, where you get colds more, you get the flu more. You know, you're ill more because your immune system's been attacked and fucked up. You know, not necessarily everyone's, but so that could explain that. Who knows? They want to blame it on everything but the jabs. We know this. Yeah, it is, Joe. Yeah, Dead Poets Society, an amazing film and an amazing man. Sad loss. The final experiment went to Antarctica. Ooh, where the fuck did that go? That went so quick. The final experiment went to Antarctica with 4 flirts and 4 geologists, and proved we live on a globe. Proved the globe for over. Yeah, it sort of makes sense to me. I've always leaned towards the whole globe thing. I think I'm more of a globe or simulation as opposed to a flat Earth. But I do respect other people's opinions on that, you know, and down to religion. I respect your opinions. You know, I don't have to agree with them, but I respect them. It's freedom of speech on in our little tribe. It's as simple as that. You know, you say whatever you want, whatever you want. Nazi Antarctic colony have advanced tech and flying craft. Maybe, but I mean, they could have picked other spots to build on that. I don't know. It's a very, very harsh environment, you know. The film Dead Poets Society, quote of the film Carpe Diem. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. Captain Bird failed expedition. Yeah, I've read a lot of conflicting information on Captain Bird, that he did sustain an injury, and he went off to another outpost, and he'd had an injury that got infected, and it was affecting his. You know, when you get an infection that's in your bloodstream, it can affect your mind. And some of his entries into his diary or his ledger, or you know, whatever it was, where some of it just didn't make any sense whatsoever. You know, grammatically or otherwise. So I keep an open mind about because on the other end, the far end of his expedition, you know, you've got submarine, you've got these craft flying out of from underneath the ocean and obliterating planes and boats. We've got no proof. No proof. Operation High Jump. Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah. Walt Whitman. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Yeah. There's a bit where they're still on the desks. Anyways, who cares? We are all souls going through our journey. Yes, we are. Yes, we are, Lulu. Bang on. Oh, I jumped a little bit. Dave's in the house. All right, Dave. How's it going? You all right? Very good. Couldn't take part in the porn name game last night because I'm so innocent. I don't know what porn is. Yeah, right, Dave. I bet you've got. I bet you. Are you single, Dave? Well, that doesn't count because I'm not like that either. I'm not. But I think all women seem to think that single blokes are like that. You know, I think that a lot of them are. I think probably the vast majority of them are. You know, as soon as the missus goes out for a fucking weekly Asda food shop, they're up there knocking one out. Carpe is the theme of the film. It talks of love, life, and death. That's pretty much life in a nutshell. Sneeze fog. Yeah, that's got a ring to it. I think a lot of people would relate to. It's just sometimes I do think there are a few people that have gone down rabbit holes and they've not come back up, or they think they've come back up. It's just an illusion of the fact that they've come back up. And yeah, you can let conspiracies take over you. This is why we try and maintain balance here. I'm not going to just agree with anyone just for the sake of agreeing with anyone, and I know that you won't do the same with me, which is healthy. It's good. It gets us all thinking, you know. But Dave, I can guarantee. I think one of our tribe should pick a porn name for you, if you don't mind, because I think it's important that you have one. My palms are hairy as fuck. Wow. Even more of a reason for you to have a porn name, Dave. Seriously, because it's a niche that I don't think exists. I think there's a niche for everything in porn now. Everything. Midget, great grandmother, bestiality exists, and there's the other dark type of porn. There are so many niches out there, it's ridiculous. But I don't think there's any for hairy palms, you know. So you could start off a new thing. But we're determined to give you a porn name. I'm thinking someone Big Donga Dave. Perfect, Lulu. And I wouldn't have expected anything less from you, Lulu. So there you go, Dave. Hairy palmed Big Donga Dave. Yeah. Because I'm sure there are other Daves out there that have got big dongas, you know what I mean? You want to be unique because you are unique. So if anyone turns around and says, which big donga Dave do you mean? Do you mean Big Donga Dave with a big donga, or the one that's got a slightly bigger donga but still called Bigger Donga Dave? Or do you mean Hairy Palm Donga Dave? Big Donga Dave. Oh, Hairy Palm Big Donga Dave. Now I know you're talking about. So that's your name, mate. Fucking hell. I just feel like I've just got a big weight lifted off my shoulders, picking a name, and well, helping to pick a name, and then solidifying it with you, mate, so you can connect with your porn name. Oh, love it. I love it. Oh, take it easy, Ben. Yeah, take it easy, Ben. Have a good one, mate, and enjoy the rest of your evening. And yeah, stay strong, stay focused, stay determined. Yeah, it's shit working at the weekends, mate. But at least you got to chime in and have a chat with us, you know, and get involved. Always appreciated. Always. So yeah, I reckon we should kind of try and keep control over how long these live streams last, because I know that most of you guys are in my time zone. Good night, matey. Sleep well. Sleep well. So, you know, if I'm waking up at stupid o'clock the following day, feeling absolutely fucked, then I know you are. So I reckon we'll let this go to maybe 11 o'clock. You know, because I think that's kind of semi sensible, maybe a bit too sensible. I don't like putting a time limit on anything. You know. But I'm still shocked at how little coverage that video by the Labour Party has attracted. It's no one's really talking about it, and that doesn't make any sense to me. I do wonder if they're trying to throw as much shit at us as possible to desensitize the masses as much as possible, to make them more tolerant and therefore more compliant. You know, if they pulled something like this off, well, I don't know, who knows? We just don't know, do we? We don't know how people would have reacted, say 10, 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You know, in many ways, people were way more naive back then. So who knows? All right, Lana, I totally understand. Have you got all of your? I found an artist on. You see, I can read on Facebook, but I just can't share anything with anyone. That's shadow banning for you. But I saw an artist on there that you know, to be an original artist now is difficult, because everyone, you know, that's got that talent wants to be an artist and make maybe even make some money out of it. I know that's not entirely you, Lana. I think it's just more of a hobby for you, but I think, you know, you could make a lot of money. You could, and I'd still encourage you to start your own channel up. You know, because art is extremely therapeutic, and we need to add that to music and massages and anything that's kind of therapy based, and push it, encourage people. I mean, like I said, Tony Hart, he was a big influencer of my art, and then I went on and found my own taste, as I always have. I've never followed the herd. Never. So I went from Tony Hart and Rolf Harris as being my main influences in art to Salvador Dali and Escher, you know, surrealism. I love it. Klaus did say the world will become an angrier world. Yeah, it fucking will. And Klaus, you did it. You know, you were part of doing that. And it doesn't take a genius, even an evil genius, even a James Bond villain, ultra James Bond villain genius, to know that people are going to be pissed off when you take everything they've ever worked for off them and then rent it back to them. You know, no sane person, even the normies. But we're at that point now where if we turn around to the normies and say, right, you're going to own nothing and be happy, they're going to take your house off you, even though you paid for it, bought it, if it's not in trust, and they're going to rent it back to you. They think you were completely off your tits. Again, inversion. They are doing all they can to do that, and the Labour vid is just that. Yeah, but again, it's not for a lack of anger off the back of the track that it was backed by in that video. It's the lack of awareness. That's my point. Yeah, Tony Hart and Morph. Yeah, do you know what I mean, Lana? There were innocent times to us. You know, it was escapism for us, and especially if you loved art, if you loved drawing, sketching, painting, if you had a real love for it, then that would have really appealed to, you know. Again, they used to have the gallery, didn't they? Like showing you what all the kids had sent in. And I mean, I'd say a good 95% of that was dreadful. But, you know, we all start out shit. We all start out drawing little stick men and women. And then before you know it, we're drawing features and shading, you know, and adding life to eyes. Dirty Dave, who never washes his hands. Look at that emoji that Dave's just put. I'd love to, you know, where do you get these from? I can't. I wonder if can I send emojis? Oh, I think there's an option here for me to send an emoji. What they're called emotis. Emotis on here. Let me put an emoji that reflects how I'm feeling at this exact moment. Oh, there's a few to choose from. Let's go with no, because that wouldn't. This isn't. It's like this, but in a positive way. And there's much love to you all for being part of this. Yeah, you'll never I don't think you'll ever fully appreciate just how much you guys have helped me over the years. You really have, you know. I think a lot of my videos have been towards the early part and post what happened was me because I'd cut myself off from everybody, family, friends, everybody. So I was it was easier for me to just kind of talk and do these little kind of walking talks and these little prepping videos and stuff like that. And I'd get a lot off my chest, and then I'd read your comments, and yeah, and I found comfort in that. But we've evolved into something way more powerful as a collective. They used to give me colouring in books as a kid, but I didn't want to colour other people's lines in a book. Oh, proper artist. So I drew inside drawers and behind the curtains on the wall. Yeah, so did I. I got knocked about a lot from my mum back for doing that. When what she should have been doing was encouraging me, you know. But she was some mums they're not designed to be. Not every woman is designed to be a mother, you know. But it didn't stop me. Yeah, I went on, and I got some half decent qualifications in art and within the field of art, and yeah, I love it. I need to start getting back into it again. But there just never seems to be enough hours in the day, because I'm just too busy listening to podcasts and researching, and you know, much the same as you guys. But I do need to get back into art, because it was good for me. Art, I need to spend more time doing. Listening to music and dancing in my kitchen, I need to start doing more of. And getting the guitar out and spending more time with friends that I don't spend enough time with. Yeah, I know what I need to do. It's just doing it. A trust is legal speak. I am sure they have a loop for that. A trust is a trust because it's still. I'm sure that's in common law, and even if it's not, because they are doing it, we're basically using the tools that they're using to protect their wealth to protect ours, because that is something that it is a case of what's good for the goose is good for the gander, because we can do exactly the same thing under the law, whether it's legal or lawful. You know, we can still do it, and we don't need a solicitor to do it. You're probably better off doing it by yourself. You just need witnesses, you know, and then you can make yourself the trustee, and they can't take your house off you. These are all things that I need to, yeah. Your videos have helped us too. Well, I hope so. You know, because I'm not one of these. I struggle to, if someone offers to help me, and Annie will, you know, she jumps in. I don't know where she is, but if someone offers to help me, the gratitude is off the fucking scale. You know, because you've got people that will help you. You know, here's the invoice. You know, then you've got people that'll help you because they want your help further down the line. You know, and there are other derivatives of that. You know, but when we're talking about random acts of absolute kindness, where they are very insistent on not taking any kind of payment or reward for their random act of kindness, where, to the point where you have to step in and say, look, I'll be absolutely gutted if you don't accept this, and I mean that, and I meant it. So off the back of everything you guys have done for me, you know, and I've never asked for a penny. You never have to sit through ads. None of that. It's just us. But yeah, I hope you guys have gotten something out of this, like I have, because I have 100%. So thank you, Lana. That's very kind. Sorry, just had to make another boring shit herbal bollocks tea. I feel you. You can always you can always, you know, get some vitamin C in you and some like detox shit. This is cranberry juice. I mean, I would rather have like organic cranberry juice than ocean spray, because ocean spray's a big name, you know, and the bigger the name, they get gobbled up by these big corporations and then start fucking about with it. You know, I bought a meal deal just before I started the live stream, because I've not had a chance to grab anything substantial to eat today. So I grabbed a meal deal from the shop and smashed my way through that before I started the live stream. But it's sandwiches, a drink, and a snack. I bought the snacks for the girls, a couple of pork pies, little mini pork pies. I got the sandwiches down me as quick as I could, and I'm left with a naked smoothie in the fridge. But even naked's been taken over by very nefarious people, you know. They're like a fucking cancer. They really are. This channel is a two-way street. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose when you put it like that, I suppose it is. You know, we're all here for each other. We are. And we might be limited in some ways, you know, if you fucked your back up, and you live in the Highlands of Scotland, I'm not going to be able to come around and mow your lawn, you know, or cook your dinner for you. But I would if I could. I will do, Lana. I will do. I will. Because that's something I can do whilst listening to music. So 2 therapies rolled into one. It's a no-brainer. I know. I will. I will. I don't think I'm as good as you. I'm nowhere near as good as you from what I've seen. My style's very different though, and but I'm good at teaching it. So if you look at some of the most amazing tennis players in the world, if you look at their coach has made them into that. But if they play tennis with their coach is going to lose every time. If that makes sense. Talking about art. Hey, DMT, I've tried it, you know, and I wasn't impressed, you know. But then I'm not particularly affected. Going back to say the 90s, you know, I wasn't really affected by acid. I was, but I was in complete and total control. I wasn't. I never lost control. I've never lost control over any substance. Acid, mushrooms, and then concentrated mushrooms that have been steeped in a tea, you know, steeped and steeped and steeped. So you make this brew, and then you put the mushrooms to one side, then you make another brew, and then put the mushrooms to one side. So you've got this, all you've got is this almost like a little fucking fishbowl full of brown, cloudy water. Smash that back. And I've been around people that have just been kind of trying to catch stuff in that's not even in, you know, and not even there. And I'm just sat there, just kind of being entertained by it all, you know. But I know plenty of people that have tried ayahuasca and DMT, and it's changed their lives. And I know people that have known people that I haven't personally met that have said that they've never been the same again, and not for the better. So you know, it's a risk. It's a risk. You know, you either go for it or you don't. And you know, it's not particularly I didn't find it unpleasant at all, but I didn't have any moments of thinking, wow, this is my true path, you know, any of that, you know. After we covered our school books in wallpaper, yes, we did, yeah, because we made it our own. Ruth. We made our books as individual as us, and all of the kids that didn't do that kept their books in mint condition without sellotaping any cover onto them. Yes, sir. No, sir. 3 bags full, sir. Sir. Doesn't want to say it twice because she doesn't want to annoy the teacher. Then the teacher spots the finger. Yes. Can I go to the toilet, sir? Yes. You know? And they're the kind of people that have helped this world become the fucked up place that it is. So that's a love sign in sign language to anyone that covered their books at school with wallpaper. After we covered, yeah, it was lovely. I can see the little hearts there, guys. Thank you. It's very lovely, very lovely. And there's a load back, and with sincerity, helping each other out, Ryder. Yeah, we have. You know, I think when you look back, really, because there were people that were there right from the start. I think Ruth was there right from the start, to be honest with you. Well, not far in, you know. I think I might have had about 20 subscribers, something like that. Maybe less. But Ruth was one of the first. But so many have come and so many have gone, you know. Leslie, kids and grandkids, her username. She was one of the early ones. But people have kind of sort of come along and felt like they fitted in, you know, because we're living in a world where we feel like we've got square heads, which is the correct shape, trying to put it into a round hole to fit in, when we shouldn't have to feel like that. We should never have to feel like we need to fit in. But we don't fit in because we don't fit in. It's as simple as that. Because the way that we are as people is not conducive with what's expected in society. Yes, men. Yes, women. No critical approach, and that makes us stand out even more, and alienates in some ways, in some you know, in a lot of ways, actually, especially over the last 5 years. Our individualism has alienated us from quite a lot of people, but that's been good. It's been good for us because it's given us more room to grow, to keep growing. And so I'm getting to sort of, like, you know, to meet new people and stay in constant contact with everyone, because we all fit. We've all got so much in common. You know, if we were to sit down, you know, face to face and start talking to each other face to face about our personal life, our history, you know, our life experiences, I do believe that within our little tribe, especially our core tribe, I think you'd be shocked at how much we've got in common. It's all I can do. It's all I can do to draw the curtains. You can, anyone, I'm telling you, everyone can do art. You know, it's down to patience. And I haven't got a lot of patience either. You know, believe it or not. But I have in certain areas of my life, I've got it's an endless supply. So I've got zero patience in certain areas of my life, and then I've got shitloads of it in other aspects. It's mad. But yeah, honestly, even drawing the curtains, then sit down with a pen and paper or a pencil, and then literally draw the curtains that you've just drawn, and then get all the shading in there. And before you know it, you're just so chilled because all of your focus has gone onto that. It's brilliant. Trusts are how the rich keep their assets and wealth. Copy them. Exactly. Yeah. If it's working for them, this, and it's not just those particular specific aspects of the way of the way that they live and the way that we live, right? So we've gotten to learn about what they do to evade and avoid tax, to evade and avoid inheritance, blah, blah, blah. The list goes on and on. All of the shit that they're trying to just suck every last like globular of blood and fucking happiness out of your system and your life. You know? So we need to look at what they are doing to protect themselves and use it for us, take advantage of it. So the internet pretty much was set up to, and as time's gone by, it's been weaponized against us for data harvesting, and intelligence gathering and profiling. The list goes on. But here we are talking about all of the things that they're doing against us on a platform owned by a corporation that fucking hates you, that spreads nothing but lies and propaganda and restrictions on the truth. So here we are sharing information that we've picked up from other free speech platforms and talking about it on a platform that's owned by Google. So it's another example of us being able to use their own weapons against them, in our favor. Wow. We can do it. We can. Where were we? Leave it. Yeah, help without cost is the only help worth anything. It is. You see, and when I see that, I can't help but I've got to let them know that mattered, and the importance of what they did mattered, and I can't walk away without sorting them out, whether they want to accept it or not. Son, shut up. There's no one out there. We would have heard him. Help without cost. My mum stopped me my dance lessons and tap dancing. Hey, there's nothing stopping you from getting into that, and even then, even if you don't want to get into tap or whatever dance you was into back then, we all evolve and we all change and we all grow. This is why a lot of couples split up, because they grow, especially if they're spiritual, if they're like awake, and aware of themselves and the world. And you've got two people like that, and they can end up just growing and blossoming. But as they're doing that, they're coming apart. So people split up instead of putting that effort and that energy into making it work if it's worth working. But yeah, maybe get into samba or Argentinian. I've forgotten where. I'm not au fait with loads of different types of dance. I was a break dancer. So yeah, you could get back into dancing, or just keep doing it in your kitchen. Either or is good. Oh, I forgot about the wallpaper on there. Yeah, it's lovely. It was lovely. I can imagine yours was pretty psychedelic. Something that was kind of eye catching, just like you, Lana. You're lovely, beautiful, like an angel. Yes, they made a big deal about it as well. Yeah, they did. It's like fucking hell, just chill out. I'm doing the work, aren't I? You know. um, I have cut myself off from all my neighbours. Isolation, in my experience, has pros and cons, right? So the pros are that you don't have to deal with idiots anymore. You know, you don't have to deal with anyone that's not on your level anymore. But that leaves you alone, and we're we're kind of hurtling towards a crazy world. But it's crazy already. It's going to get crazier, and you don't want to do that on your own. So at least try and find one neighbour, Joe, that you can connect with. Just one, even if it's on a semi-shallow level. You'll know which one to pick. You will trust your gut. It's what it's there for, love. Where are we? Yeah, I think it was so the teachers could see what kind of wallpaper you had at home. Yeah, probably nosy bastards, you know, because they're just boring. Everything you go to their house and everything's grey, brown, and mauve. That's it, you know. And then they come to school and they see all of these, you know, covers on their workbooks, all psychedelic, bright and cheery, and they fucking hate you for it because you're happy and they're not. I don't know if any of that's true. um, oh, none of them around you awake. Yeah, I was thinking the same, Joe. I need to click down. I think that's going to jump to a massive amount. So I'm going to take it slowly. Um, yeah, because you see again. So you've got different. You've got a sliding scale of awake, but you've got a sliding scale of sleep as well. The two work together. So you just need to try and find the least asleep neighbor if you can't find the most awake. It's just another way of looking at it. You'll just trust your gut, but don't be on your own. Don't be on your own, Joe. Yeah, well, I mean, but I think one of the points I've been trying to make, Joe, is that you need that. We need that. We do that. That interpersonal thing is important. So I'm a loner by nature. You know, I'm quite happy in my own company. You know, I can deal with it. It's not a problem. It's never bothered me. Um, but I can also do well in a, you know, as working as a team or in a lively environment, a party environment. I'll do all right there as well. You know, I can switch. It's not a problem. But I would say that predominantly I am a loner by nature. But I know that when the shit really fucking hits the fan, I'm probably going to need some assistance at some point. So I haven't completely closed myself off from all of my neighbours. I've just made a point of getting to know my neighbours well enough to know who I can trust and who will benefit me further down the line. They just don't know it yet. But I'll have all of the cards, you know, all of the resources, everything, and that will be my bargaining chip to get them on board. So I feel like I went off on a tangent there. Um, but yeah, you know, this channel, it's we're interacting virtually. You know, there's that interpersonal, and that's a good thing. You know, we're still communicating in real time. I still feel that we need to try and build and create, build, and maintain relationships with real people. We are real. In fact, we don't get more real than this collection of 13 people. You don't get more real than that. I can't imagine anyone that of you 13 people being not real. You're real in every fucking sense of the word. So, but being around people that are physically in your presence, because you feel vibes, you feel them. And like I've said, and again, I'm going to push this one tonight, because I do think it's extremely important, right? And I know that you guys are already aware of it, but I just want to make sure that we're both like we're all reading from the same kind of sheet here, right? So when I said that 90% of prepping is mental, that's like mental strength, the ability to think on your feet, the ability to make snap decisions that could change everything, the ability of being able to hold it together under extreme stress. The list goes on. So that's 90% of prepping. That 10% is rice, beans, water, fuel backup, whatever, defense, right? So the same applies with human to human interaction. 90% of human to human interaction or communication is non-verbal. No words. There's hundreds of little cues that are going on, eye contact, tone of voice, body language, loads. It's so complex. So there's 90% mental for prepping, mental preparedness, and then 90% of the communication and interaction that you're making with your neighbors, your friends, your family. It can't all be done virtually, So I feel like I've waffled on a little bit there, but I'm just the importance of realizing that you've got to get your heads really, really strong, So start thinking of worst case scenarios and how you're going to deal with it, and eventually that will get easier for you, and it'll make you more and more mentally agile. Sorry, she's licking and it's doing mine. Not in. Stop. Sorry. I know. I love you too, darling. Is there no one worth knowing, Joanna, near you? I just know a couple myself. I think most of us only know a couple. I think most of us realise that the vast majority of society are still kind of in a daze or in the process of waking up, or never will, But don't let that put you off. Don't let that discourage you. Thinking that you're an extreme minority, because that's just simply not the case. It is and it's not. I'm not extreme. But we just need a few more people to see that we're making sense, and leading by example is a good way of getting them to do that, and then pointing out. And again, the amount of people I hear saying, I don't normally like to say I told you so. Well, you just fucking did. And I am one of those people, because I didn't used to be, not so much, not really. I was never, because it's a little bit egotistical, and I don't like that. But it's a really, really good way of turning around to someone when something bad's happened. When you've got dialogue, you've got to have dialogue with them initially. Don't shut them off. And then further down the line, you say, "Look, I told you this was going to happen. You won't believe what they've got planned for you next," and then leave it at that. let them come to you. There are so many ways of communicating all of this madness to people that we would consider normies. There are so many ways of doing that, so many ways, and most of you guys are creative people. So create, you know, think outside the box, because that's where we thrive. Because of this channel, I feel loved and connected. Well, you are loved and connected. You know, it's special. What we've got is special. But I do honestly strongly recommend that you start finding some groups that you can kind of connect with, and then sort of work your way up from them. You know, maybe your local stand in the park group or something like that. You know, start looking online. I wish I could help you more than that, but I can't, other than be here, you know, with all of us. That's literally all I can do at the moment. Remember when you remember when you got a new book, and I tried writing really neatly for yeah, then it's just like, fuck it, you know. Yeah, right, old fucking scribble, because you just lost interest. But it depended on what subject it was, you know. I loved English, I loved it, and by the time I came and started studying to GCSE level English, I didn't study, you know. I had no interest in school, so I didn't do it. I didn't do very well, but I was very, very neat with my English and my writing and my grammar. I once made my own shoes as I was banned from wearing platforms. How old are you, Lulu? Just curious. Platforms, that's it, in the 70s. Fuck it now. And you would have been a teenager. You must have been a teenager in the 70s, because otherwise you wouldn't have kind of made that fashion impact, that fashion kind of statement with platforms. Very curious. I might be wrong. I love that rebel mentality. Yeah, we all do. Yeah, we all do. And Lulu is a rebel. But I think we all are. I think we all are, you know? But it, like, in some cases marginally different, in some cases massively different, you know. But a rebel is a rebel, and it's as simple as that. And don't ever change, because all you're doing is displaying your authenticity, your uniqueness. It should be fucking celebrated, you know. We fit just right in the right places. Yeah, we do. Yes, I like that. We fit just right in the right places. I like that. And yeah, I can see that that could also be taken as an innuendo. You know, I don't claim to have an innocent mind, but I missed that one. It's good. They are users, but I've tried. Yeah, just hang in there, Joe. Joe, honestly, don't give up. Just be maybe try being a bit more kind of passive aggressive, you know, passive aggressive, and owning it, because I think I've picked up from your comments and the way you've worded things, and that I do think you are quite sensitive, I think. But having good, strong people around you can bring out the warrior in you that's definitely in you. You won't be here otherwise. Well, yeah, just try a more, you know, direct approach, and just own it, own you. But don't be alone. It's not good. The middle class are want to be and snobby for the most part. Yes, they are. Yeah. They are. They're a different world, out of touch with reality. How can you run a country if you're out of touch with reality and you've got mental disorders? It's not possible. Clearly, it's not possible. We look at what's happening. Ooh, Lulu went to a private school. I can't imagine that. Like a fucking concentration camp. Was it all girls, Lulu? That would have been even worse. Because there's nothing on this planet or in the universe bitchier than massive groups of women, you know. Blokes, we'll fight it out and it's done with, you know. Women, it's all psychological. So being in a school, yeah, all of the same sex, it's not normal. That's not meant to offend, by the way. Yeah. Right. I got a head off. Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry, Lana, if I've missed that because I'm behind on the chat. Enjoy your little walk with your furry family member, and I hope he doesn't shit all over your front room when you're in bed. If you come back and join us, we're going to be closing up in about 10 minutes anyway. So thanks for sticking with us, Lana, if you're still listening. Yeah, good point, Ruth. See, Ruth's like she's like a protective mum, and she thinks like that, and but she's also someone you could definitely go partying with. You know, what a great combination with the cutest fucking giggle you've ever heard in your life. But she does look out for us. You know, I've had a few, yeah. Stourbridge, West Midlands. This is so Outriders doing exactly what I'm trying to encourage everyone to do. And unfortunately, we don't really get that many people joining us in these live streams. So statistically, the chances of you finding someone that lives near you or within a relatively short distance of you is made more difficult because we've got less people in the chat, you know. But yeah, Outrider, if you can do that, if you can do the same thing in the comments section of any videos that I put out as well, and make a point of doing it when you're in the live chat as well every time. That's how we can get people to start networking together. You know, it's important. It's so important. Interpersonal. I'm telling you, it's the only way. It really is. 90% non-verbal. We see I can feel the love from this chat, even though I'm only looking at characters, text on a screen. But because I've gotten to know you through your messages and your comments and your emails, I've kind of gotten to know you. So I know that there's a lot of love in there. But generally speaking, most people they don't, you can't pick up. 90% of communication's lost because you're not interpersonal. See, I'm trying to work out where Stourbridge is in comparison to Nottingham, because Midlands is Midlands, you know. And I haven't got a car at the moment, mate. So, but we'll see what's what, and yeah, take it from there. You've got my email address, brother, and stay in touch. When I get a car, who knows? We could go for that pine a lot easier than I anticipated. Now I know that you're a Midlander. Yes, you can assess another human within 5 minutes through body language responses, questions asked, etc. Exactly. Yeah, you can. Especially if you know what to ask and what kind of direction you want to go in. And with me, I'm quite good at that. I can bring. I've had complete strangers telling me stuff that they've never told anyone in their life. And they're in their middle ages. It's just it's relatability, I think, and trust. People trust in the gut, you know. Well, it's way more complex, way more dynamic than that. I'm just trying to kind of, yeah. Um, North Wales, yeah. Actually, you think when you think about it, North Wales isn't that far from the West Midlands. Because I've got to go whenever I've gone to Wales. I've had to go through the West Midlands to get there. The quickest way, the quickest way. And North Wales is the prettiest part of Wales, apart from the coast. Yeah, you can. I, for one, am glad I found you all and bothered to jump in and chat. I'm glad you did as well. I don't normally do this because I'm a loner. So am I. Most of us are. Most of us are. You see, you can use the word loner or you can use the word individual. This is why you're not going with the herd, because you are an individual, whereas there are so many people out there that will just go with the herd. So they're part of a herd, not an individual. It's way harder to be an individual in this world. Way harder. Just remind yourself of that from time to time. It's good to know that there are peeps with similar outlooks, thought processes, and info. Yeah, it's took 5 years to get there. But how yeah, it was worth it. Look at us. You moved to Outrider. I think that's a fair question. I think Ruth should up sticks with Stewie. Stewie will kick off, but Ruth will soon get him under fucking control again, get him back on his lead, get his head back in the cage. We're going to move closer to Outrider. Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm going to have my last fag with you. Open a window. I remember a conversation we had yonks ago, Ruth, that you moved to where you are, because you'd moved from a multicultural area / shithole, because the two go together. No matter where you go, the more multicultural it is, the more of a shithole it is. And I'm sure you mentioned that you moved to where you were because you wanted to get away from that. So I'd love to know why you want to move again, or maybe just having a crack. I don't know. We are definitely a unique. I think every group of people is unique, because you've got unique dynamics, right? But I think what we've managed to bring together is something I've not come across. I've not come across this level of being like this intimate, like almost intimate level of virtual friendships on a YouTube channel before. and it's exactly what I wanted, you know. But I've not come across another channel like that, where they've wanted to keep their channel small so they can keep the community tighter, you know. And I can't think of another channel out there like that. And yeah, I wanted it to be different, and we've managed to pull it off, you know. And it's not just me. The dynamics are made up of all of us. Come on, lovely. All right, all girls score. Sorry, Lulu, I'm a bit behind. I do apologise. Yeah, all girls. I kind of did get that kind of thought went through my brain, you know, that it might have been. Yeah, it's just not a natural environment, you know. We're born. Most of us are born into, you know, having a brother or a sister. Some of us, you know, some lone children, you know, and we learn the dynamics of the family. You know, women are a bit different to men are a bit different to women, blah blah blah. And then your perspective on that whole situation depends entirely on what sex you are, because you've got a different approach, a different way of thinking, you know, because we are different. So for you to come out of that kind of home environment where you've got some sort of structure, some sort of normality, you know, men and women, you know, male and female, which is the world, and then you put into a place where your school is just all girls, it's completely unnatural. You're never ever going to benefit from that. Not as a survivor of the world, a survivor of life. But let me know if I'm wrong in making that assumption. You know, again, no offense intended at all. Yeah, see, there are people that are relatively close to each other, you know, and I've made contact, physical contact with the two people that live nearest to me, and two people that live in a different postcode of Nottingham. I've met them as well, and yeah, so it's important. It is. I would, did you, Ruth? You went to an all girls school as well. It was great, but I didn't know any different. Obviously, yeah. I suppose sometimes you don't really realise what's normal if you're brought up in an abnormal environment from day dot. Then that is your norm. That's your normal. And because you've not got any reference point or comparison, especially at that age, to understand that it wasn't normal until you start looking back, you know, and you've lived your life a bit and you do a bit of reflection, you realize that it wasn't normal, and that you probably didn't really benefit from it. Or did you? You know, we're all different. Um, do you know? Oh, do you know Quig? I do struggle with Welsh words because they're pronounced way different to how the spell fucks with my head. Don't take much. Oh, look at that. So my thingy just froze. I couldn't go down. White flight. But where to? Thinking of Anglesey. Anglesey, you know. If you've got the money, Ruth, you know, if you've got the money, well, then even then, I think it could be something like a little bit along the lines of like the Isle of Wight or the Isle of Man. You've got to have a lot of money in the bank to be able to justify moving into this very exclusive, because it is really, it's an island. But I wish you the best of luck, sweetheart. Let me know how you get on. But if I had the opportunity of moving to Anglesey tomorrow, I'd do it. It's a great name though. It's a great name, although I say so myself. I've never been called Dave. Dave weirdly, always David. At least it will save some confusion. And I don't know about that. It's just left some with me. David, very, very special. Oh. Dave, no name. What's your name? All right, I've got the context now. It just jumped a bit. So like a minute ago, I just said that the way that Welsh names are spelt and the way that they're pronounced is very, very different. You know, so it's just been broken down a little bit for me. But it's the spelling. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. I love it. Cwmgwyl. Right, so let me have a look at it again. So Cwmgwyl. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for helping me out there. You know, it does look it looks a bit blue for dads, but still funny. Still funny. Right, guys. I think we should leave it there, just so that we're being kind of semi-sensible. I've gotten right down to the bottom of the chat, so I don't think I've left anyone out. Dave's porn name. Oh fuck, where was it? Oh right, yeah. Come, yeah. It took a second. I'm so sorry. Yeah, sorry, Dave. Yeah, brilliant. I like it. It's pronounced Congwilly. It took me ages to get used to the double D's and yeah. I think once you get into it, you start, you know, the penny drops, you know, and it clicks. And yeah, yeah. I love Wales. I just don't like your police. You know, they don't give a fuck about crime. It's all about zapping you with those speed cameras. You know, I think about 85% of my speeding notices that I've had over my driving career, driving life, have all been from Wales, and I don't even live there. You know, they hide behind bushes. Oh, fucking bastard! You were doing 2 miles over the speed limit. You know, you just appear from nowhere. Sure, that's some form of entrapment. Is it still 20 mile an hour? 20 mile an hour. I thought they got rid of that. I thought they scrapped that. Who drives at 20 miles an hour? You know, you're using more fuel. You're using more fuel. You know, you're not being economical on fuel. Yet this is all down to this net zero scam. You couldn't make this shit up. Ugh. And when the missus and I visit Wales again, we can arrange a meet. That'd be lovely, you know, outrider. You know, you meeting up with, because I'm telling you, Ruth. You know, I've had a pretty decent feel for Ruth over the years, and she's lovely. She's lovely, and I think anyone who meets up from off the back of our little tribe and the chats and the comments and stuff like that, and the interactions, I don't think anyone would need to worry, you know. And I think you get on like a house on fire, like that. I really do believe that. I prefer my new porn name over Just a Little Un. See, Just a Little Un's a terrible porn name. It really is. You know, you've got some porno woman, sorry, darling, some porno woman, some porn star chick, you know, saying, I want a big cock. You know, otherwise I'm not doing the film. And we've got a guy here. It's called Just a Little Un. It's yeah, yeah. If you want to seek employment within the pornography industry, definitely change it from Just a Little Un. You know, Tripod Terry. I mean, who's not gonna give me the part? You know. Yeah, I'm so fucked off that it's still 20 miles an hour. You know, fucking bastards. Stay in touch through this channel. We could arrange to me. Yeah, just stay in touch, and stay in touch. Because I think it's this could be, you know, this whole channel right from the start. This could have all been fate leading up to two people meeting off the back of this channel and changing the world. And I know that sounds bonkers, but you know, I had like a 10-second conversation with the dad of the girl I was seeing at the time whilst I was having a shave. This is going back, you know, well over 20 years. And him saying, you do know, you know, because I was pissed off with the job I had. You know, I was, you know, I'd climbed the ladder a little tiny bit, but it was still shit and it was boring. And he said, Mencap's having an open day, you know, recruitment day. You know, why don't you go down there? And that was it. That's all he said. Took it on board, pulled a sickie, and went down there. You know, they then, beyond all odds, you know, considering my criminal record, they gave me a job. And if it wasn't for working there, I wouldn't have met Sally. If it wasn't for meeting Sally, I wouldn't be talking to you. You know? So just saying, you know, life is mind-blowing when you really think about it. When you know, you can get these you know how you used to be able to tell time by getting the exact right density of wax and the exact right wick, thickness of wick. So you could end up with like a 2 or 3 hour candle. It will let you know what time it is as the candle burns down. So we'll use my cigarette as a time for when we call it a day for this live stream. And you know, maybe do another one tomorrow night. You know, I'm up for that. I don't mind. I don't mind if you don't mind. My promise was to make sure that I'm putting other little videos out, and so that it's not all live streams, because it can, you know, this can be addictive. Look, we're all interacting, you know, and it's good. It's a good thing. It's a positive thing. You can't not appreciate positivity. It's not possible. So it could be quite easy for me. It could have been quite easy for me to just slip straight into, let's just do live streams from now on, you know. But the channel didn't start out like that, and it's the way that the channel started out that's accrued you lovely lot. So so I don't want that. I don't really want that to change. I think it's just evolved a little bit, because I couldn't do this before. Can you hear her drinking? And she pisses like a camel. She's like 70% bladder, 30% bully. Yeah. Oh, so we don't need to end on picking porn names, because we needed to do that to bring that back, that live stream back on track, to be a positive, and we achieved that as a collective, which I was really chuffed about. And we got a lot of the dark stuff out of the way in the earlier part of the live stream, so it's that we've just by default landed on a positive. So I think we'll leave it there. Just know that you're all appreciated more than you could ever know, and that you matter, and you're a crucial part of what's needed moving forward into really, really uncertain times. You know, we need to make sure that we can find a place that comes from sanity, common sense, and positivity, whilst being realistic at the same time. And that's quite a balance to fucking strike. You know, it is a really, really, really difficult balance to strike, but we do it. We manage that. We actually pull that off, and it's natural. It's organic. You know, there's no extreme effort into making that work, because it shouldn't work, but it does. And here we are. It's been an absolute pleasure spending time with you too. Thank you for enhancing this. You know, thank you to you all for enhancing this. So we have by default, we've just ended on a positive naturally, which is lovely, which is how it should be, really. But we do need to discuss dark shit that's happening in the world at the same time, just so that you know that you're not on your own in thinking the way that you're thinking. You're not on your own in feeling the way that you're feeling, you know, because we're all feeling it. We're all experiencing exactly the same thing, but we all kind of, there's a level of understanding amongst us that's really, really positive. So we are a literal light in the dark. We really are. And that'll become more and more apparent to those around you as time goes by. I promise you that. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Dave. And God bless you too, Lulu. Much love, Outrider. Always appreciated, man. And Paul, if you're still in, I don't know who's in. I don't know who the 13 people are. But we're going to wrap it up now. And thanks for staying up, Ruth. Because I don't think you're a night owl. But then I don't think you're like a natural lark either. You're Ruth Smith. You're unique, sweetheart. So thanks for kind of seeing this live stream through to the end. So much love to every single one of you, and that's meant with absolute sincerity. Sleep well, and I'll speak to you soon. Much love, and ciao for now.